Good morning, Chair. We're just waiting on our Executive Secretary.
Morning. All right, no problem.
Hello? Hi.
Sorry. Who's there? Everybody.
Which one? No. I sent you that. The one I sent you is for you to take notes. The one for you to install.
I think
No estoy en mi mejor punto, pero por eso me escapé, porque ya me iban a empezar a sacar fotos. Le digo, ay, no. Ay. Lo que tengo que hacer es guardarla en el...
excuse Diane, you're muted, I believe.
Good morning.
Morning.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Here
morning.
we are. How are you?
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Camilo.
Tony
How
from
are,
San Jose,
how
Costa
are you,
Rica.
everybody?
It's always a pleasure to be.
Cristian, how are you? Qué gusto.
Fine, thank you, Alicia. Always a pleasure to see you,
Me too.
even
Me
by
too.
the screen. I hope soon I'm gonna have the opportunity to hug you.
That's very important. Very
Yes.
crucial. That's really crucial. Whenever you're ready, Diane. Camilo. We can't hear you. Uh-oh. Niños, we can't hear her.
Hi, Diane, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you. Diane, sorry. Hello? Diane, hello? We cannot hear you.
Okay, I'll try to reach her offline.
Please do, because she's talking and she's saying very important things, but we can't listen to her, you know. Diane, yoo-hoo. Hey. No, qué horror. Ay, por favor, llámala.
We cannot hear you.
Diane, dear, hello. Diane. We cannot hear you. We can't hear you. Nothing.
Señora Alicia, yo creo que ya no tiene audio ni en el
You're not
speaker.
hearing me.
No,
Now
Yeah,
we can.
now we.
Now.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Yes, you said so very beautiful things, I'm sure, but we didn't listen to you, you know. Not even the science man was listening to you, I guess. So I'm so sorry, but we couldn't listen to you.
Okay, so We had a problem with the audio, because I was unmuted. So yes, it is. You're hearing me now.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, very good. Um, shall I start again then? Chair of CDCC, Minister Gonzalez, Executive Secretary, Alicia Bassina, Dr. Ashley Singh, Minister of Finance of Guyana, Minister Christian Guillerme Fernandez, Minister ad interim for multilateral affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica, distinguished delegates all. It is such a pleasure to welcome you to our meeting this morning, and I am going to leave the major greetings on behalf of ECLAC to my executive secretary. I just want to use the opportunity to let our colleagues, observer countries from Latin America, as well as our associate members, French speaking, I know that there is interpretation. We are using the Interactio process for this simultaneous interpretation, and you need to download the Interactio app from the Apple Store, access the web from your laptop or from your phone. You enter the event code 20 Moncom, and then you plug in your headphones so that you mute us, because the meeting will be conducted in English, and then you listen on Interactio. So I want to ensure that all our participants are able to follow our meeting this morning. With that, I offer the floor in the first instance to my executive secretary, Alicia Barsina, to give greetings this morning. Over to you, Alicia.
Thank you so much, Diane, and it's a real pleasure to see you all on screen. Unfortunately, we would love to be where Camilo Gonzalez is, but I want to first of all recognize Honorable Camilo Gonzalez, Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Information Technology of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and the most esteemed chair of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, which we are starting today. I also want to greet the Honorable Ashley Singh, Minister of Finance of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and of course our friend Honorable Christian Guillerme Fernandez, Minister ad interim for Multilateral Affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica, and Chair of ECLAC, of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Let me also greet our resident coordinators of the UN and colleagues from agencies, funds, and programs of the UN, distinguished representatives, and dear friends. I'm so pleased to welcome you all to this 20th session of the Monitoring Committee of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee that provides the countries of the sub-region with an opportunity to reflect on the pressing issues of development that could benefit from our collective reflection, your shared wisdom, and your common resolve for action. We meet again in this virtual space because we still find ourselves living in times fraught with unprecedented challenges in the face of a global pandemic that will forever change the nature and the terms of our social interaction. And yet, even as one door closes, a window of opportunity opens, because this virtual meeting has facilitated a far wider engagement of the Caribbean with the rest of the region, creating a new space for closer dialogue and for promoting a better understanding of both the commonalities and differences in the development needs of this subregion. Therefore, I'm so happy to see the number of delegations from the Caribbean, and most especially from Latin America, attending the meeting today in an observer capacity. It is an indication of the growing interest in the Caribbean and the increased commitment to genuine regional solidarity and partnership. This is in line with the decision adopted in Havana in 2018 to put the Caribbean first in all of our regional efforts. And I want to remind you, colleagues, that the CDCC, this Development Cooperation Committee of the Caribbean, is the only subsidiary body of the Regional Commission whose mandate is defined geographically. It was created under the leadership of two Caribbean visionaries, President Fidel Castro of Cuba and Prime Minister Eric Williams of Trinidad and Tobago, as a platform that would ensure that the development solution should be should be shaped by the Commission, by the countries themselves, for the wider wider Latin American region. And these will always consider the unique challenges faced by the small island development states of the Caribbean. And we, ECLAC, are very committed and fully committed to implement the Commission strategy of Caribbean First. And we are indeed making every effort to place the needs and the interests of the Caribbean more prominently in our work. We recognize that they are interagency, I would say, mechanisms to collaborate. But here we are talking about an intergovernmental entity. That is where you, the member states, give us your views, your mandates. So it is this is the first time that the country holding the presidency of the Commission has participated in the formal proceedings of the CDCC. And I really want to warmly welcome and thank Honorable Christian Guillermet Fernandez and the leadership of Costa Rica, who has been playing a very critical role. And Costa Rica has strong ties to the Caribbean, both historically and geographically. So it should come as no surprise that the President of the Commission has expressed, and the President Carlos Alvarado himself has expressed, such a strong commitment to fostering closer relationships between Central America and the Caribbean, and to strengthen regional solidarity while pursuing greater trade and investment prospects. In the margins of the CELAC summit last September 18, President Carlos Alvarado chaired a most interesting meeting with the Caribbean representatives to discuss precisely how to support the urgent financial and cooperation proposals of the sub-region. The opportunity for wider Latin American participation in the meetings of the CDCC is for me a very meaningful development. I truly hope that the transition of the Committee on South-South Cooperation to a regional conference will translate in increasing opportunities for a structured engagement between the countries of Latin America and those of the Caribbean. I'm very pleased then to see Christian coming today to lead discussions on supporting recovery through regional solidarity and integration. It's also wonderful that we have with us Dr. Ashley Singh, Minister of Finance of Guyana, as our lead discussant on accelerating recovery and strengthening economic resilience in the Caribbean. For, as major CARICOM country of the South American continent, Guyana is very well placed to serve as an influential gateway between the Caribbean and Latin America. It is my hope that as we wrestle with ideas on how best to see our countries through this overwhelming period of crisis and challenge, the countries of our region jointly and as a whole will find ways to lean on each other. I truly believe that our best hope for recovery will be found in a strategy that solidifies what we individually claim and amplifies what we pursue together. Distinguished representatives, dear colleagues, we are meeting this week at a time when the leaders of the world have converged on Glasgow to seek urgent solutions for a climate crisis that has reached its tipping point, a crisis that will have profound and lasting impact on the very survival of small island development states everywhere. I have singled out the SID because the international community agrees that the threat of climate change to low-lying island nations is unquestionably an existential one. For this reason, some of the most compelling voices at COP26 this week, demanding moral and strategic leadership on climate action, have been precisely your Caribbean leaders. Prime Minister Mia Mottley, while insisting that Glasgow must deliver on the promise of Paris, rebuked the polluter countries for falling 25% short of their annual $100 billion commitment to finance climate adaptation, even as the climate crisis intensifies. She also called for $500 billion per year over the next 20 years to be set aside in special drawing rights from the IMF to finance urgent energy transition. Prime Minister Gaston Brown of Antigua and Barbuda gave muscle to his words when he joined forces with the Prime Minister of Tuvalu to sign an agreement this week to establish a commission of small island states on climate change and international law that would allow for a legal path towards addressing compensation for damage and loss to seeds caused by climate change. Prime Minister Keith Rowley of Trinidad and Tobago, describing the loss of coastline and coral reefs and damage to marine habitats, joined the call for funding for adaptation and for assistance in transitioning to a low-carbon economy. And I could go on. I could go on. You know, the Central American countries for the first time came together in Glasgow with concrete proposals to be declared as a vulnerable area in our region. The leaders of the Caribbean are in Glasgow this week to let the world know that small island development states face extinction if industrialized countries fail to heed the dire warnings of the IPCC. Time is running out. Without right action, without urgent action, the international community would lose its ability to reverse the damage already done. So perhaps the most imperative call and message at the COP is the need for dramatic reduction in emissions. But equally important is the message conveyed consistently by the Caribbean leaders, and that is the urgent need for adequate financing for adaptation initiatives, for compensation for climate-induced damage and loss, for investment in energy transition, for accessing concessional funding by by small middle-income economies of our region, which are experiencing compound vulnerabilities, high service debts, impacts of natural resources, and socioeconomic effects of the pandemic. Let's not forget that multilateral funds still channel 6 times as much to mitigation and adaptation initiatives in Latin America and the Caribbean, even though the region as a whole is responsible only for 8.3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And the Caribbean is merely 0.3% of contributions on global greenhouse gas emissions, but is highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Yesterday, colleagues, we received very rich and substantive presentation on non-communicable diseases in the Caribbean, a seminar chaired by our esteemed Camilo Gonzalez with very key experts and the extent to which the prevalence of non-communicable diseases exacerbates the impact of COVID-19 crisis on the populations of the sub-region. We consider the increasingly heavy economic toll that the treatment and management of these combined health challenges incurs. We consider the indirect cost of diminished productivity of the workforce. But here again, considerations for policy, and there is ample evidence to support the adoption of cost-effective interventions to curb further growth in the burden of these diseases. And as Camilo Gonzalez said yesterday, this is under our reach, which is not the same as climate change as a whole, but to combat non-communicable diseases is under our reach. So we have to really go ahead with more action. The World Health Organization has categorized some of these interventions as best buys and others as good buys because they provide good returns on investment. However, the fact that these interventions work and have good value for money is not enough for them to be adopted. This is why healthcare financing plays a critical role in access to healthcare, and governments of the region need to invest more in health by striving to raise public expenditure on health to the recommended level of 6% of GDP, recommended by the way by WHO and PAHO. And yet, while desperate need on financing to build resilience to severe climate impacts while still struggling to manage the economic fallout from COVID and to invest in health infrastructure, the Caribbean remains one of the most heavily indebted regions in the world. At the end of 2019, the Caribbean debt to GDP ratio averaged 69%. By the end of 2020, it was 88%. By the end of 2021, it was 96.5%. So furthermore, this unsustainably high debt is exacerbated by acute fiscal and liquidity challenges. Hence, the Caribbean, in the midst of an acute debt and liquidity crisis, must find the resources to effectively manage equally extreme climate and health crisis. It's simply not possible, not without access to low-cost, long-term financing, which, as middle-income countries, is currently out of your reach. This is the nexus of the challenge that you as Caribbean countries face. We are inviting you today to a dialogue, and to talk to us with us this morning in the search for our common salvation. Already we are trying in ECLAC and other UN agencies to find, and the international community, to find ways to increase access to innovative financing for this subregion that we cherish so much, and to address the debt challenge with the establishment of a Caribbean Resilience Fund. ECLAC is analyzing further innovative instruments to improve debt repayment capabilities and capacities and avoid debt distress, such as hurricane clauses, which we believe should become a more systematic feature of debt relief initiatives for vulnerable countries. Debt for climate and the importance of establishing a Caribbean Resilience Fund as an instrument to support the investment needed to adapt to rising temperatures and sea levels is simply urgent. We need to see how we strengthen partnerships and lock arms in solidarity with wider regional engagement for more effective advocacy. We would like to recognize Costa Rica's leadership in this regard. As president of the 38th session of ECLAC, has emphasized the urgency of financing options and the distribution of global liquidity to developing countries. Costa Rica Fund for COVID-19 economic proposals or phase proposal, FASE, amounting to 3% of GDP of low and middle income countries, or 10.7% of GDP of developed countries, and offering a long-term concessional financing options to enhance a green and inclusive recovery is very welcome. And in this sense, ECLAC looks forward to working with both Caribbean and Latin American countries to address the region's debt and financing challenges. The cause of the Caribbean is a just one. With creativity and resolve, commitment and collaboration, we shall prevail. Thank you very much, and over to you, dear Chairman.
Very much, Executive Secretary, for a very inspiring opening to our meeting. It is now my pleasure to offer the floor to the Honorable Christian Guillemette Fernandez, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica ad interim. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Pleased to be today. Minister ad interim. Estimados señores ministros de los países.
Honorable ministers of member states of the CDCC, Honorable Minister Gonzalez, Minister Singh, esteemed Alicia Barcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC.
Dear colleagues, I would like to begin by repeating what the Executive Secretary has said. We must continue along the path of Caribbean first, and we must put the Caribbean first. The situation that the world is going through right now because of the crisis, rather a catastrophe, is undoubtedly a responsibility that is not only the Caribbeans and the Latin American regions. Rather, it belongs to the entire world. And this responsibility, Costa Rica will continue to say always, we will always mention this when we have the chance. For me, it is an honor to be here at this meeting of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee in our capacity as pro tempore chair of ECLAC. My country shares a great deal of the concerns that are also of concern to Caribbean countries as to how to face the several challenges that we face to recover the physical and mental health of our nations, as well as the recovery of our economies in this pandemic time. We believe that we must channel our efforts towards innovation and better governance of international cooperation so that it is geared towards strengthening and complementing efforts made by developing countries in all spheres, especially in health, education, and technology, to adhere to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and thus reduce inequalities not only among our people but also among our countries. This dialogue today grants us an opportunity to address issues of great relevance to achieve a people-centered recovery and a more resilient future that must be mainly based on regional solidarity and an integral and comprehensive approach that will allow us to build a stronger Caribbean and Latin American region. Today's discussion, today, we will focus on addressing three specific aspects, namely, one, the major health challenges caused by COVID-19 and how to address them. Two, reconstructing social cohesion via adaptation and expansion of social protection programs. And three, to mitigate the impact of natural disasters on our peoples and ways of life via intelligent risk financing strategies for risk and building resilience. These are structural problems that have prevailed for a long time in our region and that have been aggravated by the pandemic and by the immediate effects that we are feeling from climate change. We can only address these in a properly via social and economic solutions that are transformative based on the principles of solidarity and international cooperation in their different modalities, but above all, more realistic and with this sense of sharing. Costa Rica also shares many of these challenges. We feel the deplorable increase of levels of poverty and inequality we observe in our own country and our people, the vulnerability of social and health protection systems that show the need for financing and strengthening and capacity building. We also witness the onslaught of nature that is increasing and increasingly intense. We face high levels of public indebtedness, which also limits the fiscal and operating space of our governments. All of this with a direct impact on the growth of our economies, causing even greater vulnerability in a vicious cycle, directly affecting the quality of life and security of our people. It is our responsibility and obligation. It is the obligation of all states and all governments to deal with this. For this reason, as pro tempore chair of ECLAC, we have come here to encourage discussion and consensus on proposals that the region needs to give solutions to these several challenges in a situation of global crisis. In this way, in several fora, we have made visible even with the participation of Don Carlos Alvarado Quesada within ECLAC. We have made this very visible and we have identified issues of common interest so we can advance joint agendas that will allow us to optimize the response, recovery, and our post-COVID-19 reconstruction, economic, social, and also in the face of the effects of climate change. And all of this from and through international cooperation that fosters a multilateral and robust response of benefit to all of our nations. Perhaps this is the time to speak of ethical cooperation, a cooperation where it will riches and wealth will be distributed throughout the world. The pandemic has caused the rich to become richer and the poor to become poorer. In today's dialogue, we maintain and we will share in a few minutes, and we will discuss recovery via solidarity and integration. I will mention some of the issues of common interest we have identified, as well as concrete initiatives that Costa Rica has put forward for consideration of the region, as was generously referred to by our Executive Secretary, my dear Alicia. We believe that the international community must react with a view to this recovery based on the principles of solidarity and cooperation, highlighting as well the relevance of strengthening the regional integration models in the face of this current global crisis. This is presented as an imperative. Costa Rica is convinced that via a closer collaboration with greater integration, greater communication, greater political dialogue, with a view to foster projects and joint processes, this is the way that we can all of us, move forward. With this conviction, we wish to reiterate our commitment to continue generating fora for collaboration. In the context of ECLAC, we also have fora such as this, where today we meet very enthusiastic, with a great deal of responsibility, where we can continue working together to contribute and to continue identifying opportunities for closer and more fruitful collaboration. Always in the framework of this premise.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, señor ministro.
Thank you, Mr. Minister.
It's a pleasure, and we're so appreciative of the very strong leadership that Costa Rica has given to the Commission during the tenure of Costa Rica as the chair of the Commission, and the interest in promoting a stronger linkage and integration and solidarity with the Caribbean. We look forward to continued collaboration. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to our distinguished chair of the CDCC, Minister Camilo Gonzalez, Minister of Finance, Economic Planning, and Information Technology. I offer you the floor, Minister.
Thank you very much, Diane. I'd like to thank all participants for attending. Very happy to see our Executive Secretary, Alicia, sitting with us again today. She spent all day with us yesterday discussing the very important issue of non-communicable diseases in the context of our current challenges. And our brother minister from Costa Rica, thank you very much. You too, washed by our Caribbean Sea. You are one of us as well. So thank you very much for your participation in the CDCC today and for your very strong statement to set us off. Thank you also. I believe we have a few premiers here, heads of government, the distinguished finance minister of Guyana, all heads of delegation. Thank you and welcome to the CDCC. I'm not going to detain us too long, because I know that we have a very busy schedule before us today, and I think we're already probably running a few minutes behind schedule. But it's important, very important that ECLAC has convened this meeting at the time that it has, and that we're providing this forum and this space for us to have the discussions that we're going to have today, and to share perspectives on what has been the worst regional economic crisis, certainly in the independent histories of our respective countries. And with the exception of Guyana, which is enjoying a record growth, I believe, contrast to the rest of us. This has been an absolute nightmare of over the last 2 years in terms of the economies of the Caribbean region. We have in my sub-region, the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, countries that have declined by in excess of 20% in 1 year GDP. There are 2 countries in the sub-region that have had those challenges. My own country has had the compounding challenges of the COVID crisis and the volcanic eruption. And many of the tourism-dependent countries of our sub-region have been economically battered in a way that for which there is no precedent. The 9/11 terrorist attacks was bad, but it wasn't this bad. The 2008 global and economic financial crisis was certainly bad over an extended period of time, but our economies didn't fall off the precipice collectively in the way that they have now. And no one in my sub-region, the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, is back to their 2019 pre-COVID levels this year, and many are not likely to be back next year. So it's an extremely challenging period, and many countries in the region are looking squarely at the possibility of a lost decade in terms of economic growth. I think Prime Minister Motley has already suggested that her data in the context of Barbados suggests a lost decade, and other countries are having similar results. Compounding the challenges of the immediate challenges of the COVID pandemic, we have the existential challenge of climate change, to which Alicia has spoken very eloquently. And in the context of Glasgow and COP26, as we enter the second week of COP26, we're coming to the realization that while a number of important advancements have been made, the commitments and the advancements fall far short of what is required to ensure the survival of the small island developing states and low-lying states of the Caribbean. It's disheartening sometimes to watch the news and hear various agreements being touted, when we know that the sum total of the agreements place us well above 2 degrees of warming, and well below the $100 billion that was pledged by developing countries, not only in Paris, but as far back as in Copenhagen in 2009. We have, in addition to the challenges of climate, and many countries in this past year were struck by hurricanes. In Vincent and the Grenadines, in addition to COVID, in addition to the volcano, we also had to live through Hurricane Elsa, and other countries had those challenges as well. We have other challenges in the global financial architecture, challenges like the new global minimum tax that will decimate many of the competitive tax jurisdictions throughout the region. We have continuing tightening of de-risking and correspondent banking relationships. We have a flight of a number of international banks from a number of our jurisdictions, placing us in a more vulnerable situation in terms of the diversity of our banking. And we have been exposed, or the crisis has exposed, yawning gaps in inequality, in social protection, and an emerging and intensifying crisis related to debt, which has only intensified as many of our countries have had to borrow their way out of the immediate challenges that they face. However, we have to learn to live with COVID, and as we move with COVID from pandemic stage to an endemic stage, the question is whether or not we seek mere recovery or whether we seek rebirth in the region, and whether we strive for a pre-disruption condition or we reimagine and reform what indeed was disrupted, and use the opportunity of the crisis to advance a more people-centered, more Caribbean-specific, more progressive alternative to what will no doubt emerge as a reinvention of global capitalism as it responds to the crisis. We can sit around and wait for that reinvention and likely become victims of it, or we can advance as part of our own recovery, a more people-centered, more Caribbean-specific, more focused on our fundamental underlying challenges and foundational challenges, than merely parroting the language of returning to our pre-crisis condition or returning to our pre-COVID condition or returning to the levels that we experienced before COVID. Because let's all remember that when we were there, we were trying to go somewhere else. So let's not spend the next few years trying to return to a condition that we found unsatisfying to begin with. So let's not look back in pursuit of a past status quo. Let's look forward with history as a guide, but not with history as a destination. Yesterday's paradigms will not solve tomorrow's challenges. Yesterday's language won't address today's crises. So I'm very happy that ECLAC has not only convened this meeting, but really zeroed in on some of the very important areas that we have to discuss as we consider and as we imagine this Caribbean rebirth post-COVID. Ways in which we can accelerate recovery, the very important role of integration. And I'm very glad that I also heard our brother from Costa Rica speaking to this. Very important role of integration in making us more resilient. Large is always more resilient than small. And to the extent that we can integrate more completely and more fully and appreciate the solidarity and the commonalities that we share, that will be a significant advance over what we have done in the past. I recall at the outset of the global economic and financial crisis in 2008, our premier regional integration institution, which is CARICOM, actually advanced the idea of something called a pause, where they actually decided to slow down on integration, given the very challenging day-to-day crises and fires that they were putting out. They thought that they had to deal with the immediate challenges and less so the big picture items. I think that the lesson to be learned this time is that we must accelerate integration and not pause integration. And of course, the issue of healthcare, which will remain a major feature of what we do and how we recover over the next couple of years, because everything that we do this year, next year, and the year after that will be subject to how well we manage the COVID pandemic and how well we live with COVID in the intervening years. This coming year, all of us will be trying to keep our citizens safe from COVID, and all of us will be trying to accelerate our economic recovery. But in doing those things, in putting out those immediate fires, in dealing with the immediate challenges, let's not lose sight of the forest for the trees. Let us also seek to transform, be transformative, again, as our brother from Costa Rica said, by tackling foundational challenges and imagining a better Caribbean than the one we lived in prior to the pandemic. I think that the opportunity is there. There's certainly many, many challenges that we can bemoan, from COVID to climate to supply chains to debt to inequality. But we also see the glimmer of light of opportunity amid these things. Now is an opportunity for us to get together, share experiences, discuss the best ways in which we can reimagine a better Caribbean. And I'm very, very grateful to Alicia for presenting us with this opportunity, and to ECLAC for providing us with this forum to have those conversations. And I hope that today they will prove to be fruitful and they will prove to be exciting, so that we return to our respective capitals energized by the possibilities and opportunities of a rebirth of our region and a reimagining of the solutions to the challenges that have so often befallen us. So thank you very much, distinguished delegates. I take this opportunity to remind you that the Bureau elected during the 28th CDC meetings continue to serve this 20th meeting of the Monitoring Committee. I wish, therefore, to acknowledge our vice chairs, the British Virgin Islands. I believe that Premier Fahey is with us. I think he's supposed to be with us today. Greetings, great leader. And also Cuba and Dominica. I think we should proceed straight away to the adoption of the agenda. Provisional agenda and the annotated provisional agenda of the 20th session of this monitoring committee of the CDCC are contained in documents LC/MCC/DCC.20/1 and LC/MCC/DCC.20/2 respectively. Are there any suggestions for changes to the agenda as proposed in these documents? And please, if there is a suggestion, please unpause and make your amendment. I hear no comments, so we'll deem the agenda adopted, and we'll proceed to the consideration of procedural matters and organization of work. You have before you the preliminary program, and I would like to propose that the meeting proceed as outlined in this document, unless there is some objection to that procedure. Hearing no objections, it is so decided. Given the abridged time frame of the meeting of the committee this year, I propose to forego the presentation of the rapporteur's report at the end of this session. Instead, the Secretariat, following consultation with the rapporteur, will circulate a draft report to the delegations of all member states and associate members by Friday, the 19th of November. Member states and associate member states will have 7 days to review and return in writing any questions or suggested amendments to the Secretariat. The report of this meeting will be approved on a no objection basis if no amendments are received within that 7-day time frame. The report of this meeting will therefore be considered final on Friday, November 26th. I take it that we all agree to proceed as proposed. Hearing no objection, seeing no hands raised, it is so decided. We'll now proceed directly into the meat of our agenda today and go to agenda item 2, which is accelerating recovery and strengthening economic resilience in the Caribbean. Representatives, we have already heard the Executive Secretary and our brother minister from Costa Rica in their opening remarks, and the Executive Secretary painted a clear but stark picture of the unprecedented challenges that our Caribbean sub-region faces. There is no question that we will need to consider seriously strategies that the member states of our sub-region may wish to pursue to build back better and to reimagine a better Caribbean. Let us begin by receiving from Alicia a comprehensive assessment of the state of the region and her ideas, very important ideas on where we can go from here, using every option and every opportunity available to us. I therefore invite our Executive Secretary to make her presentation, providing key strategies to support a robust recovery with a view to building economic resilience across our sub-region. Alicia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you so much, dear Chairman, and always is so inspiring to hear you, to listen to your words, and I would say to go to the foundational challenges of the Caribbean, to rebuild the Caribbean, and you can count on us for that. And this is why I'm going today to go to give you an overview of where is the Caribbean today and where is in certain way the region today. Now the question here is, and I hope I won't bore you, of course, but this presentation, of course, has been done collectively, and I have to recognize most especially Diane and her team in the Port of Spain office, and of course my team here in Santiago, who has also contributed quite a bit. So let me go ahead and do the presentation. First of all, let me tell you that we are confronting a protracted health crisis with growing global asymmetries. I think this is the basic of why do we need international solidarity. We have an unequal access to vaccines, to wealth, to financing, and COVID has amplified the structural weaknesses of the health system in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we are confronting today a recovery paradox because yes, the GDP will recover in 2021, the growth, and we are seeing an upturn, but with little genuine growth, which is not inclusive or transformative. And that's why we are very concerned, because we are facing increasing poverty, inequality, informality, and unemployment. And we believe this will persist unless we can get something done. And we need strategies really for transformative recovery that with an emphasis on investment, with equality and sustainability at the center. And we also are facing all through the region citizen disenchantment that underpins the urgency of a renewed social pact. So let me go to no puedo, Sammy. ¿Me prestas el cambiador allá? So we are facing today a triple crisis. We are really in the face of a protracted global disaster, let's say health, in terms of health, but also this has exposed the structural inequalities in the region. Of course, climate change is probably the most, I would say, global and the most, the climatic events have really exacerbated COVID impact, resulting in a very deepening in economic financial distress. So this is connected also to the health crisis, because in the Caribbean in particular, prevalent non-communicable diseases is one of the problems that the Caribbean is confronting, much acute than the rest of the region. And there is a need, an urgent need for a universal, comprehensive, sustainable, resilient social protection system. We just analyzed that during the social conference that occurred last week, presided for the first time ever by a Caribbean country, in this case, Antigua and Barbuda, and I want to a testimony of gratitude for their enormous help. And disaster and resilience building in the Caribbean was analyzed, tackling a multidimensional crisis, and of course, looking at this tremendous multidimensional crisis and global asymmetries, because this has translated also in a tremendous debt crisis, for example, for the Caribbean. I mean, you mentioned it, dear Chairman, when you said that we are confronting a debt, a service of the debt that we're going to see immediately, but we are also facing these, I would say, global proposals like this tax that is across the board, or the lack of banks that are the risking and corresponding banking, and the decimating the tax jurisdictions through this new global minimum tax. So these are things that need to be seen with the vision of the Caribbean. It cannot be seen only globally, but we also need to focus on why the Caribbean is confronting additional stress and additional challenges, and also the middle income status that prevents many Caribbean countries to access a concessional funding. We can see here in this graph very eloquently, I think, the differences in terms of accessing COVID vaccines. We can see here Cayman Islands or Puerto Rico are very high, and Aruba and Turks and Caicos, we're talking about the territories, but when we go, and the highest on the graph is Cuba, and we know why, because Cuba has a very potent primary health system and has developed their own vaccines, by the way. And when we compare what's happening in the Caribbean, we can see here in this graph, which is up to a certain date, that you can see there that we are just, I mean, this information is up to, I think, let me see, I think it's 30 September. No, I'm sorry, 4 November of 2021. But we know that the Caribbean just received a very important amount of vaccines very recently. So it came up from 35% to 43%. Still far from South America, far from Europe, of course. And I would say that Central America and the Caribbean are the two sub-regions facing great challenges. But here we are focusing on the Caribbean, basically. And you can see, my dear Camilo, what is the problem in St. Vincent and the Grenadines with 17%, St. Lucia, Grenada. So we need to move faster on this direction. Now, COVAX has been a vaccines pillar for the access of COVID-19 tools, and it has been particularly more efficient for the Caribbean in some sense than the rest of the region. Many of our region wanted to focus on this and rely on the COVAX and had some problems of accessing to them. But the ACT Accelerator is a global collaboration to accelerate equitable access to COVID-19 tests, treatments, and vaccines. COVAX is co-led by Gavi, by the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness, CEPI, and WHO. And I have to recognize here the important role of the resident coordinators. And I'm glad that we are today, I think, accompanied by Didier Trebuch, which I really want to recognize because he has done a tremendous job and he is bringing ECLAC in all the things that he's doing. So I want to thank him personally here. And all the resident coordinators of the Caribbean, we have 5 of them. And we have to say that 16 Caribbean countries have received vaccine deliveries from COVAX, as I said before, as of 25 October. So that's something that is very important. Now, the problem of the Caribbean, and this is what we were addressing yesterday, is that these vulnerabilities have been aggravated by the fact that the Caribbean is one of the highest subregions with the highest prevalence of non-communicable diseases. You can see here that 2/3 of the deaths are due to non-communicable diseases in the Caribbean. This is a very high rate. And you can see that these are some of the causes. Of course, it says physical activity, but it's the contrary. It's the sedentarism and premature mortality and tobacco, of course, and blood pressure and obesity and diabetes. These are the figures. And yesterday we had such a wonderful seminar with those experts that told us so much about the economic cost and the social costs and how much the healthcare systems are facing limitations to handle public health emergencies like COVID because they have limited testing, for example, capabilities for COVID, but also limited bed space in isolation and quarantine wards. And these competing things between NCDs and COVID has been another very crucial problem. The health challenges, as we know, look at these graphs, is very impressive because of the following. Here we are looking at what happened between January 2020 and October 2021, and we can see the daily cases per million of population in this period, and we will see that the Caribbean, you can see that the cases per million population in the Caribbean are very near to those of the USA and Canada, which is very high, differently from Latin America, that is lower than the Caribbean, lower than the US and Canada. When you go to the deaths per million, when you go to to what's happening to the daily deaths per million, you will see an increase in the Caribbean that is very worrisome. We had 10 deaths per day, per million, of course, and now we are in 200 or 300 deaths per day, per million. And this is very, very high because we are facing in the Caribbean 7 deaths per day, while in North America 4, while in Latin America 2. So these are differences that I think we need to have in mind. Yesterday, there was another connection linkage that I found tremendously important, and that is the lack of food security. What's happening with the undernourished people in 2020, the highest prevalence of undernourishment in the region, and only lower than Africa. So this is a problem. The Caribbean is really facing a food emergency because many of the food is imported in the Caribbean, most of it, and we are also facing people unable to afford healthy diets. And that's a problem because that has an impact on non-communicable diseases as well. And we saw that yesterday from our experts that they did such a wonderful job in studying 8 Caribbean countries, telling us the linkages between non-communicable diseases, undernourishment, lack of nutritious food, and of course, how do we face these problems jointly together? And there's where the world has to have solidarity with the Caribbean. And here is, I think, the other vulnerability, and this is the economic gaps between countries and the increased fiscal deficits and public debt. And we can see clearly here, in the Caribbean, of course, we group the countries in two, the goods producers and the service producers. Of course, the service producers, which is tourism basically, fell tremendously in 2020 and started to recuperate in 2021 and 2022. The goods producers didn't have that problem, as we can see by Guyana and of course Trinidad and Tobago. But look at the graph in the right-hand side. This is the public, the general government gross debt. And this is what we are very worried about. Look at the red dots will show you how much the debt has increased between 2019 and 2021. And the debt has increased in percentage points, in average, has increased 21 percentage points. Sorry? We have somebody speaking. Plan, can you, thank you. So the thing is that the average debt in the Caribbean is 96.5% in average. But look at the problem of Suriname. Look at the problem of Barbados. No doubt Mia Mottley is so worried. No doubt Belize is so worried. And Dominica and Antigua and Barbuda, these are countries, and you will see later on why Antigua and Barbuda is even more worried. You will see why, and other countries as well. So this is what we are looking at. And of course, the restrictions impacted the GDP growth. Look at tourism. The fail in tourism, the losses in tourism contribution to growth was extreme. You can see 14.3% in Bahamas, 13.5% in Dominica, and we're talking about 2020. And of course, this is recovering somehow, but not much. And of course, look at Jamaica, or look at Antigua and Barbuda, look at St. Kitts and Nevis. I mean, we are really worried about this. And then when you go to the other side, which is the energy exporters, they also had problems in 2020. The fallout of the revenue of energy exporters was also very important, both to Guyana and to Trinidad and Tobago. So these are things that we need, and because the other thing that we need to address here is that there is a job losses. I mean, because tourism, for example, fell in average from 6.6 and 8.5%. And the total impact in energy sector was minus 5.8 in Trinidad and Tobago and minus 11% in Guyana. So, and here we are talking also about all the job losses, for example, in tourism that were disproportionately affecting women, for example. And we believe that really, because 10.5% of the female labor is working in accommodation, in food services, compared to 4.6% of males. So this is something that we also need to focus on, in the recovery, we need to have a gender-friendly or a gender-oriented policy for the recuperation of jobs. Now, the growth projections are good. I mean, when we look at growth, we can see that the Caribbean this year will grow around 4.1%, and next year 7.8%, which is fine, actually. And some economies are recovering, like St. Lucia, like Bahamas. But at the end of the day, there are many that are recovering very little. That is very mediocre. And this growth, and this is why we call it the paradox, because although there is a big rebuke, let's say there's going to be a recovery, an important one, but this recovery will not be translated necessarily in more jobs and more productivity. So this is where we are very concerned. And also we can see that the disasters, natural disasters, have hit the Caribbean tremendously during these pandemics as well. And even before, they were already cumulative effects of the disasters. The number of disasters by type, let's say, we have storms, which are the greatest one, that have affected around 30 million people, and biological and drought and food and geophysical. So we have been doing data assessments and more recently PDNAs with the UN country teams. And we can see, for example, in our data that the cost of the hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017 in the British Virgin Islands and St. Martin was more than 100% of their GDP. And this is a problem. They lose everything. So the external debt is not only because of a fiscal problem, it's because the disasters are hitting much more, and the recuperation and the recovery is very, very high. So, and the SIT vulnerability, you can see here, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the volcano, 2021, Guyana, the floods in May 2021, St. Lucia in July 2021, and Haiti. Haiti has been the hardest hit, I think, of the region, but no question that the volcano, dear Camilo, was a great problem, and that major flooding has been also a big problem. So I want to just post here the case of La Soufrière volcano eruption that had a very high regional impact, we have to say. And this La Soufrière volcano was analyzed, and we have been working very closely with my friend Didier Trebuca to really look at the costs of this eruption, and how, by the way, this could be in certain way rebuilt. How do we build forward better, as you very well said, not forward the same, but forward better. And many of the villages were covered with ash, buildings damaged, schools, businesses. So really, I think that even the volcanic ashes affected Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, St. Lucia. Barbados, for example, made an estimate of the disaster cost of $87.1 million. So this is what we're talking about, and this is where I think us, ECLAC, and the UN system will have to join forces to see how do we assist in the restoration, in the recuperation of this crisis. So it's crisis upon crisis in the Caribbean. And this is a region with the least CO2 emissions, as we said before. So, and economic activities in coastal areas, look at this, 70% of the population live in low-lying areas. And this is a problem because they are highly exposed to sea level rise. And 16.1% of prevalence of undernourishment that we saw, 7 million people. And of course, adolescent pregnancy, which has been growing. We said that we have gone a lost decade in that regard, and lost decade in many fronts, as Mia Motley has clearly stated in COP26. And climate change and disasters and high indebtedness, as we just said, 96.5% of GDP is the debt in 2021. And unemployment, I think this is a problem that we have to face together. And of course, the aging of the population, no question of the non-communicable diseases. So this is a multidimensional vulnerabilities that should be the basis for something that I'm going to talk later, which is the vulnerability index that is urgently needed to look at the multidimensional nature of the crisis, of the problems that the Caribbean is confronting. And why is this so important? Is because graduation graduation is an additional constraint to resource mobilization. Antigua and Barbuda will be graduated in 2022. Bahamas, Barbados, St. Kitts and Nevis, Trinidad and Tobago have already been graduated. And the ones, and Chile, of course, and Uruguay and Panama. And Panama is coming as Antigua and Barbuda and Panama will come at the same time. So we know that 6 countries have been removed from the list of potential ODA recipients, and 2 will graduate, as I said before, in 2022. So the thing is that the ODA as a percentage of the gross national income, you can see that the upper middle countries rely a lot on the ODA. You can see St. Vincent and the Grenadines relies on a 10% as a percentage of GNI in 2019, for example. And Antigua and Barbuda, who's going to be graduated, and of course, look at Dominica. This was, of course, as a result of the disasters, the natural disasters they faced. But anyway, the thing is that here is the problem, that they are graduating many countries of this sub-region and of the region, I must say, and it has been done only with one single criteria, which is the GDP per capita. And that, I think, is a real problem. So what are the key development priorities we see ahead of us? First of all, to strengthen food security. I think this is something that is urgent, and I know FAO and WFP and all the country teams are mobilizing to make sure that food security can be addressed. And also how to make sure that the Caribbean becomes more endemic in producing their own food instead of relying only on imports. And that has to do with promoting diversification, blue and green investment for resilience building, including fisheries, including the agriculture, including, of course, industries in many sense, and infrastructure that is resilient. How to expand the broadband access. You know, the wider use of digital platforms have been, I mean, unequivocal to say how important they are for the education and communication. The assessment and risk of disaster management, we have to prevent them, and how to enhance social protection and address the needs of vulnerable populations, strengthening the health infrastructure, and to respond basically to what we call the integrated resilience planning, which is something we presented in the social conference recently. Now, this is connected to how to promote stable economic recovery. And we think economic recovery in the Caribbean is totally connected with the debt ratio, because we cannot continue with a debt service that is impinging on the revenues of the Caribbean. The Caribbean is paying very high revenues of what they receive, let's say, on tourism, or revenues on exports that they receive on goods and services. They have to pay high amounts in the debt service, and this is a problem that we need to address. As you said, Camilo, a pause maybe or something, but we have to do something there, because it cannot be possible that the Caribbean is paying so much in debt service today, money that is needed urgently for other priorities. So the debt ratio and the growth rate, you know, of course they go in parallel, but we need to really address the debt service. I think it's a very important priority. And of course, how to improve the external position is key to future macro stability, no question about it. And here is where we see that external debt service payments, look at how much the Caribbean has to pay. This is what I was mentioning before. The percentage of exports of goods and services that go to the external debt, you can see the Caribbean is in 13.8%. Or whatever you receive, 13.8 has to go to the debt service. And we're talking about 10% of the goods producers and 15.3% of the service producers. This is very high and very difficult to continue doing. And so the current account balance as a percentage of GDP is very hurt by this situation. It's hurt in the service producers, in the goods producers, and in the Caribbean as a whole. Now, one of the key elements is to facilitate recovery in tourism. There's no question about it. And this is happening. We know that tourism is recovering slowly, though, but we believe that the alleviation of the balance of payments will be so important for the Caribbean, and that's why to boost tourism is one of the absolute musts. And I think that there again we need international solidarity to make sure that the destinies of tourism that are, for example, from the US, the tourists that are coming to the Caribbean, we need the Caribbean to be fully vaccinated precisely and to have all the services to be able to receive this tourism in a very concrete way, because the contribution of GDP is 73.6%. You know, that's how the tourism is so important for those countries that are relying not only because of jobs, because the tourism also accounts for 1 in 6 jobs. And this is, the majority are held by women, as I said before. And I think this is so important, and it's a very competitive environment. So we really need to move fast and to make sure that the Caribbean can be, the reconstruction of the Caribbean can be done quickly and promoted in a sustainable way as well. So we see that the restructuring, the economic restructuring has 2 main elements that I think we need to look into. And one is, how do we upgrade the existing sectors in terms of product and process upgrading? How do we understand which are the subsectors that need to be, I would say, where we need to focus, like eco and heritage tourism, for example? How do we incentivize business to invest in product and process upgrading? And how do we go for strategic, targeted investment in competitive segments to increase productivity, efficiency, and cost competitiveness? We have identified 8 sectors, but some of them need to be adapted to the conditions of the Caribbean. The transition to renewable energy, the circular economy, and we need a blue economy in the Caribbean. Of course, the reliance on solutions based on nature are also some of the things that we need to do. But diversification in the Caribbean into new activities is so important to really connect the value chain also with international markets and to the Latin American countries. This is something that we need to do, because really diversifying within tourism, agriculture, and mining, we can also do it inside the region. We have to increase the collaboration, the cooperation of technology-intensive activities within the region. And there are many possibilities, electronics and aerospace and pharmaceutical products that can really upgrade the, but of course we need to acquire new skills, functions, such as design and customized production. So these are things that we need to do with urgency. Now, innovations in disaster financing and monitoring. Yes, we need to empower the sub-regional coordination mechanisms, like the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management, CDEMA, is a very good example of what we put everywhere. You can see the recent document we produced on resilience in the Caribbean, in the region. CDEMA was really highlighted as one very efficient institutional, sub-regional institution that is working towards a resilience to climate change. And I would say that we also need a Caribbean, how do we monitor, assess, and early warning? And you have your Caribbean Community Center for Climate Change and the Caribbean Institute of Meteorology and Hydrology. You have been advancing much more than the rest of the region, I must say. And this adaptive social protection that we need, and where we have to use parametric insurance policies. And I would say that we could facilitate access to liquidity in the short term and reduce budgetary volatility. And this, we have some instruments like CCRIF and SPC. And regional cooperation, we believe that the Plan for Self-Sufficiency in Health Matters, approved by CELAC in September 18, is a great opportunity to build intra-regional cooperation. There are some countries that are ready to produce vaccines. Cuba is one, but Cuba needs inputs. Cuba needs, critical inputs that can be produced in the rest of the Caribbean. You see, and Mexico can produce vaccines, but critical inputs can come from Central America, and Argentina and Brazil and Chile, but the rest of the region needs to be integrated in value chains. And this is what the Plan for Self-Sufficiency in Health Matters is proposing, based, of course, on the tremendous experience that PAHO has, and we have to use the capabilities of all the agencies to really put this in motion. The Caribbean Geospatial Development Initiative, the CARIGEO, I think it's a very interesting example of geospatial technology. So the Caribbean has instruments, has institutions that we need to build on and to empower and to give financing to them. Now, financing for development, this is the key thing, and this is where Costa Rica can be very helpful. And we're going to have, by the way, a committee of the whole on the 3rd of December. Let me make propaganda for that meeting, because we're going to focus on financing for development, because Costa Rica indicated that this has to be a key topic. We should not, we have to continue pulling the strings to get for example, a new special drawing rights issuance and reallocation to middle income countries. We know, and this is what Mia Mottley said in COP26, that we need an issuance of 500 billion per year to amount 2 billion extra in international reserves in the Caribbean. And I think this is possible, this is doable, and expanding, for example, the G20 DSSI, not only extend the term, but broaden the scope of beneficiaries to include the Caribbean. I think this is something doable. It's almost ready. And then how do we enhance private sector and NGO participation? In this regard, we cannot continue punishing the Caribbean in terms of taking decisions at the global level that will affect the economies of the Caribbean. So we need to think carefully and see how we engage transnational corporations, indeed, and international foundations, but that should be adapted to the conditions of the Caribbean, because at the end of the day, the state contingent debt instruments that we're talking about, like the hurricane clauses or the resilience bonds, are really instruments to expand the fiscal space for the middle income countries, and most particularly for the Caribbean. So we believe very much in the establishment, for example, of the Caribbean Resilience Fund. And I think this is taking motion, because I believe everybody understands that the way to reduce the high debt burden and building a more resilient, low carbon economy requires funding, and requires low cost medium-term financing, and requires capital investment to build climate, economic and climate resilience. So we are asking for an initial capitalization of $6.9 billion. Come on, give me a break. I mean, we're talking about 100 billion per year, and here we are asking for 6.9 billion for a Caribbean Resilience Fund that represents 12.2% of the regional debt. So, and this should be a regional facility with a membership based on the governance structure, of course. It has to be governed by you, the Caribbean members, nobody else but you. And we need the Green Climate Fund involvement in this ECLAC debt swap initiative and the construction of this instrument. We need GCF to participate and to agree on this establishment of resilient fund needs. And of course, we believe that the initiative of Costa Rica, the fund to alleviate COVID-19, is one of the most interesting proposals that we have in front of us to redistribute liquidity, by the way, to all countries, regardless of their GDP per capita, which cannot be the single out criteria. And here we are in the Resilience Fund. What we're talking about is this initial capitalization. We're talking about for theme 1 and 2, and then which is resilience building. Theme 2 is growth and competitiveness. Theme 3 is liquidity and debt facility. So we have 2 stages, one which requires 3.7 billion, and the second one will amount to 6.9 billion. And this will have the possibility of have a portfolio that can really become a right instrument for investment. So the regional and international solidarity here is crucial, because and I know the Alliance of Small Island Development States promoted the establishment of multidimensional vulnerability index. And we agree with UNDP that ECLAC and UNDP, we will work together with the Commonwealth to develop this multidimensional vulnerability index, and we are already working on it, because this index is crucial to reconsider the eligibility for concessional funding to finance SIDS. And this is something, and to replace the GDP per capita, which is a nonsensical indicator, I have to say, that doesn't reflect the real development challenges. And of course, we need advocacy, international solidarity multilateral cooperation and sub-regional coordination. Yesterday, we signed an agreement with Chile to call a meeting on all the cooperation agencies to discuss precisely these elements of the development and transition paradigm, which means that we are not talking about graduation. We have to talk about gradation, that is different stages of development, which are not necessarily measured by GDP per capita. So we need definitely international solidarity. We cannot do it alone. And we need to put forward also all the evidence base we have on public health measures, on how we provide elements for these multidimensional vulnerability index to be constructed. And I think that what we need also is to empower the South-South. We have instruments. We have instruments, colleagues. In ECLAC, we have a subsidiary body on South-South cooperation. This subsidiary body, which we are proposing to transform it into a conference. Why? Because we want to bring even more people to the committee. And that is to bring in, yes, besides the 33 member states and the 14 associate members, we are proposing to bring the donors, Canada and France and Germany and Italy and everybody, to the table to discuss what are the elements that we need to grow with sustainability, to promote structural changes, to strengthen institutions. What are the new modalities to measure development beyond GDP? This is already being proposed by the Secretary General in his common agenda document. A very crucial thing is measuring beyond GDP, something also that Agenda 2030 is calling for. So, new measuring tools, new strategies for cooperation, new regional and global governance, new modalities, and how do we foster collaboration between the Caribbean and the larger Latin America. Recommendations, concrete. We need an integrated strategy to contain all the elements of this health protracted crisis and look at the elements together. And yesterday we were able to advance quite a bit because we said NCDs is a problem, yes, but climate effects is a problem, but the pandemic is also. How do we link them together? And nutrition is a problem. And how do we link them together to find out the solutions, the interventions, the public and private interventions that will certainly allow us to intervene properly to address the causes of vulnerability. We are proposing the hurricane clauses and parametric insurance elements to reduce the impact of disasters and strengthen social resilience, and fiscal and export promotion for achieving macro stability, of course, upgrading and diversifying economic sectors and invest in skills and digital, etc. Caribbean Resilience Fund is a must to scale up green and circular economy and blue economy. I have to add blue here, and a strong advocacy for international solidarity. So I would say the way forward, we need to strengthen our statistical infrastructure and data collection. And that's where you can really count on us. We're working very closely with CARICOM. I want to recognize how much we have advanced with CARICOM on this evidence-based decision-making. And I have to say that the Caribbean has very powerful data. We saw that yesterday. You know, the West Indies University and CARFA and PAHO, you have the data. So we have to move forward on that. To pursue innovative access to financing, invest in social protection, expand insurance schemes, invest in national development planning, which I think is very important, expand the health infrastructure, to, especially for youth, but also don't leave the elders out, please, and strengthen partnership with the private sector, and of course, enhance resilience through investment in mitigation, yes, but in adaptation. Adaptation is a must in the Caribbean. So finally, let me just say that we think that we have to make sure that we are a voice of the vulnerabilities that the Caribbean is facing, that reflect on inequalities, the global asymmetries that we need to close, and we need to make them visible, and make them visible to find the solutions, right? And we require a multidimensional approach, an intersectoral approach. With a renewed institutional framework, we have to rethink that. To expand the right-based welfare states, we are looking for, of course, social systems that are universal, and that are more resilient to disasters and to external shocks. And of course, I think this is a great opportunity to align the policies to meet the SDGs, Agenda 2030, to move ahead on the common agenda, to leave no one behind. And we are very much on the plan for self-sufficiency in health matters because we believe that this will give us a strengthening of regional and sub-regional and intra-regional mechanisms to overcome. We cannot, I mean, this cannot happen to us again. We have to be prepared for the next pandemics or the next shocks. And cooperation and multilateralism for regional development financing and debt relief is the right way to go. So thank you so much, my dear Camilo. Thank you for your patience. I'm so sorry that it took me a little bit long, but I hope it's the right framework for our debates today.
Thank you so much, Alicia. No, not at all. It didn't take too long at all. It was very, very valuable. Very important setting of the context, and also providing some practical and workable and usable solutions for the subregion. So thank you both for your analysis, the prescriptions and the analysis. Thank you very much for that. I just want honorable members, everyone here, to know that you'll have an opportunity to comment and to ask the Executive Secretary her questions, but we're going to do all of our presentations first and then have our discussion afterwards, because I think there will be overlapping and intersecting issues there that we have to consider. I hope also that ECLAC could make available, Alicia, the very useful PowerPoint that you just presented there. I think it was very, very rich with information. I think it would be useful to some of us. I am now very pleased to invite the Minister of Finance of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Dr. the Honorable Ashni Singh, to share his perspectives on the issues raised by the Executive Secretary, as well as any other perspectives you would wish to share in the context of this agenda item, accelerating recovery and strengthening economic resilience in the Caribbean. My suggestion, Dr. King, would be for you to temporarily adopt St. Vincent and the Grenadines, since your growth is as spectacular as it is at the moment. But thank you very much for joining us today and giving us the benefit of your wisdom and knowledge and perspective. And you, sir, now have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And we do have a special relationship with St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I'm not sure that we would go so far as to speak about adoption, but you can, as you're well aware, we have a very special and long-standing relationship with you, sir, and with St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So let me first of all thank the leadership of ECLAC, in particular Executive Secretary Alicia, and Diane in the Trinidad office. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. In particular, I found Alicia's presentation extremely interesting, and I'd like to thank you very much, Alicia, for that very detailed presentation and thought-provoking presentation. It included a lot of very valuable data and analysis, and of course a number of important, a very important identification of the critical issues that we face in the region, and a number of practical and useful recommendations. Let me also, of course, thank you for the focus and attention that you're giving to the Caribbean. Oftentimes for a long time we have felt that in the Latin America and Caribbean, sometimes we feel that we are a small and invisible sea. And so we're extremely happy that you have placed the level of attention and focus as you have on the small states of the Caribbean and on the particular and peculiar issues that confront us, the peculiar development challenges that we face in the Caribbean. And like Camilo just said, we look forward to receiving a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. We did receive the paper, but I think you addressed a number of issues additional to those that were identified in the paper, and you had a lot of very interesting recommendations that we would like to look at and study, and indeed join you in advocating going forward. Let me say at the onset that we agree with you in your identification of the three big challenges facing the region: the health crisis, the climate crisis, and the fiscal or debt crisis. We couldn't agree more with your characterization of these three main pillars of the challenges that we're facing in the region. I would like to briefly address each one after the other. First, on the question of the health crisis, you're absolutely correct that COVID-19 has devastated many of our countries and certainly many of our economies, particularly the tourism-dependent economies, who have literally had their tourism sectors shut down. That was a very striking chart that you showed with tourist arrivals and the complete collapse of tourist arrivals to effectively to zero in April 2020. And particularly for tourism-dependent economies, I think the world can only imagine what that would have meant, with an entire in some countries, an entire productive sector literally being ground to a halt, putting people out of flights being ground, hotels being closed, restaurants being closed, people being put out of work, and what that would have meant for not only government revenues, but also for incomes, for livelihoods, and for life itself. And so it goes without saying that the region is in fact still to recover from this devastating health crisis that we have faced. And like the rest of the world, the preeminent, the foremost imperative was and continues to be the imperative of protecting lives. And in this regard, we found the data that you shared with us on vaccination and the impact of vaccination on survivability was very interesting. We know this, of course, and we've been pushing aggressively the vaccination drive in Guyana, and I know that many of my colleagues across the region have been doing so also. And I want, particularly on the subject of vaccination, to address both the issues of vaccine equity and vaccine hesitancy. And I really appreciate, Alicia, the frankness with which you confronted this question of vaccination. And you know, the reality is that certainly in the early days, many of us faced a huge challenge getting access to vaccines. Now, I saw in your chart about access to vaccines under the COVAX facility that we have had the benefit of access to vaccines through COVAX. But the reality is that in the early months of vaccine availability, global vaccine availability, the reality is that many of our countries could not access vaccines from COVAX in the numbers that were required and with the timeliness that was required. And so for many, many months, we were unable to access COVAX vaccines through COVAX. And I say this because there is a very real issue being confronted right now. And that is to say that, and it has a relationship with vaccine hesitancy as well. Many of us had to source vaccines, access vaccines from wherever we could get these vaccines. And oftentimes that meant accessing vaccines at a time when those vaccines were either not WHO approved or they were only approved for emergency usage. And so many of us have rolled out aggressive first vaccine coverage on the basis of an expectation that these vaccines would eventually get approval by the WHO, approval by the global community for usage. You mentioned equally, and I was very happy to hear you mention the Cuban vaccines and the Mexican vaccines, and that's, those are excellent solutions that we welcome. But I want to raise the issue of what the evolving travel restrictions globally of how those evolving travel restrictions and travel rules and requirements translate into vaccine acceptance and vaccine hesitancy. Because we now have a situation in Guyana, and I suspect this is very similar across the region, where the evolving travel rules are having a direct impact on vaccine acceptance and vaccine hesitancy. And you have large pockets of the population who are taking the position that they don't want to take certain vaccines, or they will only take certain vaccines depending on international travel acceptance. And so I think this is an issue that we need to be forthright about. We need to recognize that many of our countries literally had to source vaccines from anywhere that we could find them. Whether it is, you know, I don't want to get into a debate of one vaccine versus another. We in Guyana literally sourced vaccines from anywhere that we could get them, because we wanted to deliver vaccines to people immediately. And we now have a very perverse situation where people who went ahead and took vaccines that were being used elsewhere in the world, but that have not yet been approved by the WHO, now have the dilemma that those vaccines are not being accepted for international travel. And so I want to flag that issue, and I want to urge that we be direct and open and candid in the discussion of this issue, because I think we do have a responsibility to advocate, first of all, timely approval of all of the vaccines that have been proven already scientifically safe and efficacious for use, timely approval of these vaccines. And we need to ensure, we need to advocate also that the global travel rules don't create disincentives for taking certain vaccines, which could ultimately harm the vaccine take-up agenda across the region. And so I simply want to add that point, or those points, to all of the arguments with which we agree fully, the arguments that you made in relation to vaccine, in relation to the medical crisis. Secondly, the climate crisis that you correctly identified, and this is an issue that we feel very strongly about in the Caribbean. The Caribbean's acute vulnerability to climate, and if I might extend it a little bit more broadly, to natural disasters, it has been very well documented. I mean, I look, of course, to my brother Camilo, and you know, we saw with horror what the volcano did to St. Vincent and the Grenadines and to neighboring islands, including Barbados and all others. We watched with horror what the volcano did. And we can only imagine the devastation that has been wrought upon the entire economy, has been wrought on the implications for the public finances, the implications for jobs, the implications for incomes, etc. Similarly, we have had devastating floods. Alicia, I was very happy to see that you have the Guyana floods very much on the radar. And in that regard, thank you very much for CEPAL's timely response in fielding a team to do a DALA. That work is still ongoing. We, of course, faced the devastating floods that almost wiped out our agriculture sector. We're struggling now to recover from those floods. You know, we will, notwithstanding our growth performance, if you drill down to the individual sectoral performance, you'll see that agriculture is projecting a much lower growth than we had anticipated initially. And that is important not only from a domestic standpoint, but from a regional standpoint for reasons that I'm going to come back to shortly. And on the resilience subject, the point that I wish to make is that we need to move beyond the emotional argument about the Caribbean's vulnerability. You know, we've been making this argument about small vulnerable states and small vulnerable islands and low-lying coastal plains that are vulnerable in an emotional way. We need to make this argument in a technically rigorous way. And CEPAL, ECLAC has the intellectual capital within your offices. You have a vast pool of extremely talented experts who can devote effort to articulating the vulnerability of the Caribbean in a rigorous way as part of the global advocacy in relation to issues such as the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. You quite rightly make the point about the shortcomings of GDP per capita for the purposes of, and I really appreciated the frankness of the language that you used, and I agree with all of the language that you use. The reality is that GDP per capita is an extremely misleading indicator, and we're facing that right now in Guyana because we have GDP growing very rapidly, and that creates the illusion that we are a prosperous country or we are a wealthy country. I saw that we were classified as upper middle income, and similarly, just like places like Antigua and Barbuda and Barbados and the Bahamas and so on, who have been classified as upper middle income, are perceived as wealthy. It's what I call the middle income illusion. We are perceived as middle income, we're perceived as wealthy, we're put in the same category as middle income and wealthy countries around the world. But the reality is that within the Caribbean there are still, first of all, the reality is that this middle income statistic, this singular indicator of per capita income, is creating a very misleading middle income illusion. It's creating the illusion that we are wealthy when in fact we are not. And it masks a very acute vulnerability. It masks persistent pockets of poverty that still exist in all of our countries. It masks acute vulnerabilities, including the climate vulnerability to which you refer. And I think we need to move from making an emotional argument to articulating it in a technically rigorous way, because the global community, for too long, we've been speaking about this vulnerability, and we've been speaking about multidimensional vulnerability indices. This is a discussion that has been going on for years and years and years. And we have not been able to get to the point where the global community accepts the shortcomings of GDP per capita and accepts that there must be a more rigorous indicator. I heard somebody make the point, I think it might even have been Camilo who made the point at another event when he said, and Camilo, forgive me if I'm putting words in your mouth here, but I recall another regional leader, and I know it was another regional leader, and I have a feeling it might have been Camilo, saying that we have indices to measure everything. We have indices to measure happiness. We have a global happiness index. We have indices to measure absolutely everything, and yet we don't have a universally accepted index to measure vulnerability, and we don't have acceptance of what vulnerability means for access to development resources and eligibility for ODA. And so I want to make that point, firstly, on the question of resilience. And the second point that I want to make is that while we agree with the importance of developing strategies for addressing our vulnerabilities, strategies for mitigation, I think the paper that was circulated spoke about national and regional strategies for mitigation and disaster preparedness and so on. To be frank with you, I don't think the problem is a lack of strategy as much as it is a problem of lack of resources to finance any sensible strategy. The reality is that to build up, we speak about building back better and so on and so forth. Many of our countries don't have the fiscal resources to build, much less to build back, much less to build back better. Many of our countries simply don't have the fiscal resources to build out any kind of climate resilient infrastructure. So we would like to get to a point where we have greater climate resilience on our coastal plain in Guyana because of the low-lying and flood-prone nature of our coastal plain. I have no doubt that all of my brothers and sisters in the Caribbean who are in the hurricane belt would like to build out greater hurricane resilient infrastructure. But the reality is that we simply don't have the fiscal resources to do this. And that needs to be juxtaposed with the point that we continue to make about the acute vulnerability of the region. And the reality is that we have to have a conversation with the international community about mobilization of affordable resources to build out more climate resilient infrastructure. I'm tempted to repeat the perversity that the region, while we face the most existential vulnerability to climate, we have contributed the least to the climate change that we are now so acutely vulnerable to. And so there has to be a conversation with the global community. There has to be a recognition and an acknowledgement of the fact that there are this is a region that literally faces decimation. Some of our islands can disappear. I saw an article yesterday published about 9 cities that could be underwater by 2030. And Georgetown, Guyana was number 8 on the list of 9 cities that could be underwater by 2030 because of our low-lying nature. If I might move on I have 2 other points that I'd like to make. On the question of the debt crisis, and I would put that in the broader context of the fiscal challenges being faced in the region. I agree, of course, Alicia, with all of the points that you've made, including the additional support for the region. Of course, we agree with that, the expansion of the DSSI, etc., a special debt relief initiative for the most heavily indebted countries in the region. But I want to make the following point. Ultimately, the fiscal challenges, the external sector challenges, I saw that you had that chart about how much of export receipts goes to debt service. The fiscal challenges, the external sector challenges, all point to a critical need to reform the real economy in the Caribbean. Lasting reforms to the real economy. The productive sector, the diversification, and I was very glad that you elevated diversification to the prominence that you did. Here again, when we speak about tourism-dependent economies, etc., the reality is, and even the economies that are producing goods, the goods producing or the resource producing economies, all of our economies need to be diversified to get up on the productive side to get us to a point of resilience. And I want to mention a few things. One, agriculture and food security. You quite rightly, Alicia, identified agriculture and food security as being absolutely critical. I want to go one step further and say that agriculture and food security are not only critical to economic and productive diversification, but are also critical to the health challenges that you raised, because there's, of course, a very important nexus between agriculture, food security, and the quality of food and nutrition that people are consuming, including, of course, I think the point was made that processed food, of course, would have a different impact on nutrition rather than fresh foods. And we have the potential to produce quite a lot of fresh foods. But we don't produce nearly as much as we can. And I want to flag agriculture in particular. And within the Caribbean, within CARICOM, there has been elevated attention to transformation of regional agri-food systems. CARICOM heads and CARICOM agriculture ministers have been speaking about how we can reinvigorate the regional agenda for food security, scaling up agricultural production, and that will simultaneously address not only a productive diversification challenge, but the region should not be paying as much as it is paying to import food. We should be producing more food in the region, and we have the potential to produce more food, but we need to address the critical impediments to investment in agriculture and to trade in agriculture and food products, including issues such as transportation within the region, intra-regional transportation. That continues to be a critical impediment to food security within the region as a whole, if we view the Caribbean as a whole, and also addressing other barriers to trade within the sub-region, including things like sanitary and phytosanitary requirements that continue to pose some barriers to trade within the region. And so the reforms to the real sector, reforming the real sector of the economy, whether it is agriculture, whether it is more climate resilient tourism, and we do need to get the tourism in sectors back open across the region, and we need to have a conversation about what is needed to reopen the tourism sector and get it back on its feet, but also to move beyond the traditional sectors such as tourism and agriculture and move into a real and meaningful and lasting diversification, including by harnessing technology for the knowledge-based economy. You mentioned, of course, things like information and communications technology, because we really do have to have a serious conversation about what is necessary to have, in the shortest possible time, a lasting diversification of the real economy in the region. And finally, the importance, of course, in investing in people, human capital investments, investing in education. I've spoken about health already. Investing in education for this particular purpose, like I said, ensuring that we can harness the benefits of the knowledge-based economy, and in particular, you mentioned a point that I think we haven't really explored fully in the region. You know, there is probably no other part, maybe only the Pacific. Apart from the Pacific, there's no other region anywhere in the world or sub-region anywhere in the world that has potentially a larger oceanic and marine resources. And for a very long time, the blue economy has been sitting there, but we haven't really had a serious conversation, and we haven't really done serious analytical work about what these oceanic and marine resources mean for Caribbean economies. And so I was very glad that you mentioned the blue economy. I think you did highlight the blue economy as an area for future work. But I think this is it's an underexplored and an underexploited theme. And we do have to look very seriously at what the oceanic and marine resources can mean for the economies of the Caribbean, and how these resources can be leveraged as part of the economic transformation that we're speaking of, that we aspire to achieve, and that we've been speaking of in the region for a very long time. And the final point I want to make, Alicia, is that we must not be shy as a region of repeating critical points that have been on the global agenda for a very long time. They fall off the radar, and then they come back on the radar, and then they fall off the radar, and we move on to new things. And I want to highlight, a couple of them. I've lost track how many years ago. It was 1970, so that makes it 50 years ago. It's half a century ago that the United Nations committed to a 0.7% of GNI target. I believe, in fact, it was a UN General Assembly resolution. It's now half a century. And I can count on the fingers of two hands, maybe one hand, the number of countries who have actually achieved this target. And this issue has become, people are almost embarrassed now. I notice the global leaders don't speak about this any longer because they're probably embarrassed about it. It's been overtaken. We have stopped speaking about ODA, and we've started telling countries about domestic resource mobilization, essentially telling them you must pay for your own development, without taking, or you must pay you must meet yourselves the fiscal cost of addressing your own development challenges, and losing sight of the fact that economic development is a global public good. And economic development in one corner of the world doesn't only benefit that corner of the world. Economic development really is, economic development anywhere in the world is a global public good. And sometimes I feel that we have lost sight of the global development context. And we have lost sight of how important, how easy, I guess I should say this. I mean, we've lost sight of the oneness, the universality that we share. You know, when we committed ourselves to that 0.7% GNI target, I think it was in a context where we recognized that underdevelopment in one part of the world affects us on the other side of the world. And it was in recognition of this oneness of the world in which we live that that commitment was entered into 50 years ago in 1970. Like I said, fast forward 50 years ago, we have, you know, the conversation has moved on, and we seem to have forgotten, you know, that we committed to that globally. And we're making other commitments now. We're committing now to, we have committed now to $100 billion a year in climate financing. We committed to that. We haven't achieved it. We are reiterating the commitment now. You know, we committed to the MDGs. We didn't achieve them. We refashioned them, and we've committed now to the SDGs, and we're committing to achieving those. We are now looking at Agenda 2030 and the prospect that we might miss Agenda 2030 and not achieve the SDGs. You know, I think we need, we need to constantly remind ourselves of these goals and objectives, lofty as they might seem, that we had agreed as a global community to commit ourselves to achieving, and we shouldn't forget them, and we shouldn't as a global community be embarrassed to repeat them. And so I want to reiterate the fact that, you know, we feel very strongly in the Caribbean that as a global community, this is the age of, we need to deliver. This is the age of delivery, you know, and we need to stop speaking and refashioning these goals and coming up with new objectives, almost as if we're shifting the goalpost, coming up with new targets and hoping that we'll forget about the old ones. We need to recommit as a global community to achieving the long-standing targets that we've set for ourselves for so long. I think I'm probably a few minutes over my time, so I will stop there. These are subjects that I feel very strongly about, and I could go on for a very long time. But Alicia, I will stop there. I'd be happy to. Chairman, thank you very much for very kindly not interrupting me when we got to the time. As you know, these are subjects that I feel very strongly about, and I'd be happy to elaborate on any one of these points, either, you know, during this session or on a subsequent occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You know, the secret to going long is first to recall something I said in an earlier meeting. Then I belong to you. I'm glad you raised the issues of past pledges. 0.7, which you're quite correct, it seems to be a dirty word now. But I remember, I believe it was called the Pearson Committee back in 1969, 1970. They had a document called Partners in Development, where they said 0.7 should be achieved by 1975. And in no case, I remember clearly, in no case later than 1980. That was the pledge. And here we are in 2021, and you're absolutely right. If you take a few Nordic countries out of the mix, there are very few countries that have managed that pledge. And the $100 billion pledge is another pledge that's going the way of the Pearson report. It's going the way of 0.7%. Remembering also that the $100 billion was not connected in any scientific way to the cost of adaptation or mitigation in the developing world. It was just a number that sounded very big and impressive. But UNEP, the United Nations, the World Bank have all said that the cost of adaptation alone in a 2-degree world will exceed $400 billion annually. So, which is why Prime Minister Motley's call is an important one. Because if we get locked into seeing whether or not we've hit 100 billion, even if you hit it, it will be a fairly Pyrrhic victory, given the challenges that we face. I'd love to discuss this further, but we do have another agenda item before we get to the discussion part, the plenary part of the discussion, and that is called supporting recovery through regional solidarity and integration. And in the interest of time, we will proceed directly to that item. For the Caribbean to prevail, it will require strategic engagement at a regional level and the concerted support of the international community. Our countries must identify new ways to work together to secure meaningful change. And in that context, we're privileged to have with us His Excellency Christian Guillermo Fernandez, Minister ad interim for Multilateral Affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica. Minister Guillermo Fernandez will share his perspectives on strategies to promote recovery through enhanced regional solidarity and integration. And after the Honorable Minister's presentation, we'll have a plenary discussion where participants can question and comment on the presentations of the Executive Secretary, Minister Singh, and Minister Guillermo Fernandez. And therefore, Excellency, welcome in your ministerial capacity. Today, we're very happy to have you, and you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be virtually, but always with this kindness of the Caribbean, and I'm very happy and proud to be part of this group and to be today in this important committee. And allowed me first to start that, and unfortunately I have another commitments and I have to retire after my presentation, which is unfortunately it's a shame for me, but please understand that I have another endeavors to fulfill. It's not because it's not important for me, but unfortunately, you know, the agenda. I'm not running my agenda. I know the owner of my agenda. I know that you have, you know what I'm meaning. Muchísimas gracias. Ya tenemos proyectos encaminados como lo es la iniciativa de cooperación en
Chile, Costa Rica, Caribbean Cooperation Initiative to join efforts and share best practices and successful experiences dealing with special important issues of interest to the Greater Caribbean. Similarly, Costa Rica, in its commitment to promote opportunities for collaboration in the context of integration systems, as chair of the Special Committee on Cooperation and Resource Mobilization of the Association of Caribbean States, supports viable cooperation projects in areas of common interest such as tourism, trade, transport, and disaster prevention. Processes and platforms do exist. We don't have to invent them, but we have the tools, therefore, to advance towards green, sustainable, resilient, and inclusive recovery. However, to take advantage of these opportunities, we need greater cohesion and exchange of information. And for this, I think it is also important for us to have high level political dialogue. I would like to highlight the meeting mentioned by Alicia Barcenas in her opening remarks that on the margins of CELAC, Costa Rica, and CARICOM, this was a space for political dialogue to support integration and cooperation and collaboration that are so important between the regions. The issue of access to vaccines has brought about great regional solidarity, and we highlight this the efforts made by Dominican Republic and Cuba, who is providing access to Soberana 2 vaccine and sending medical professionals to different countries in the pandemic. We should strengthen mechanisms for regional cooperation for acquiring vaccines, and with the Pan American Health Organization, we have a robust platform, and we have the task of providing incentives for cooperation in prevention, control, diagnosis, and treatment, which has a positive impact on health systems for our countries and prepares us for future health emergencies. Yesterday, at a long and productive meeting on NCDs, non communicable diseases, I think there are fora that are now opening up for us to create more synergies, and we need to prepare together. So, in this regard, Costa Rica, recognizing the importance of multilateral action, promoted together with the World Health Organization the CTAP COVID Technology Access Pool as a call for solid action in solidarity to share knowledge voluntarily, intellectual property, and information on health technologies to provide timely access, equitable and affordable access to medication and medical equipment, treatment, vaccines, and technologies related to coronavirus to speed up the development of products and avoid duplication of effort. And all of this forms a basis of health as a global public good. We continue to hope that this uh, access pool will be filled with technologies to help us fight pandemics. This will be a long term fight, but we should spare no effort in convincing those who have the technologies to align themselves and their philosophies, not only in terms of trade, but in terms of ethics, and to promote health as a global public good. So we should be prepared and take action to ensure a certain amount of regional autonomy in this area in light of future crises. And this is a very important point. There is an initiative promoted through ECLAC for health self-sufficiency to create inputs for health and pharmaceuticals in the region so that there is a regional productive transformation. We have great potential in the region, best practices in manufacturing, systems for social and health protection, but we need greater investment in research and development and to prepare better for better integration of processes and persons. The pandemic has also affected the levels of public indebtedness, limiting fiscal space and the ability of governments to maneuver. This is a particular challenge that we share since many of our countries are middle income countries in the region, and this places blocks in accessing financing, making it even more difficult to address social and health needs of our populations in an effective and responsible way. This requires a strategic approach, taking into account the specificities of the Caribbean sub-region so as to move towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Establishing innovative financing measures such as the Debt for Climate Adaptation swap, the Resilience Fund for the Caribbean, and the inclusion of clauses on events such as pandemics and hurricanes in loan provisions are a step in the right direction. They provide a breath of air for these small island economies. On this subject, Costa Rica has been moving forward with the support of ECLAC in forming a fund to alleviate COVID-19 economies. We have given it the name FACE, and it seeks to facilitate access to financing with preferential conditions. Costa Rica, as pro tempore president of ECLAC, is convening a meeting in early December with financial organizations in the region to examine and put forward concrete proposals for mechanisms for financing in the region, focused particularly on Central America and the Caribbean. This will be on Friday, the 3rd of December in New York, at, and this will be held under the auspices of ECLAC, hosted by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica, Rodolfo Solano Quiros. We should also recall Haiti's situation and based on solidarity, this must be of concern to all countries in the region. We will continue to stress that we cannot continue to use the metric of per capita GDP for accessing financing. We must work to change the structures of middle income category. Costa Rica has promoted the strategy of opportunities for renewed cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean, development in transition, concept and measurement in construction. And this is being done with support from ECLAC. Our countries share the urgent need to change existing paradigms to take advantage of international cooperation opportunities by the global community towards Latin America and the Caribbean. Costa Rica approaches this with the greatest of seriousness at all possible international fora with international financing organizations and particularly with the OECD. Very humbly, Costa Rica is seeking to be the voice of the Caribbean within this organization. We say this with humility because this is important. The very characteristics of economies in the Caribbean require that someone must raise a voice and share the specificities of these economies. And for us, we think this is fundamental and critical and an expression of solidarity. On the issue of financing, bearing in mind the great climate vulnerability to which the region is exposed, particularly Central America and the Caribbean, and which has led to great loss of life and economic effects in the countries, Costa Rica has put forward in the context of the last summit of heads of state and government of CELAC a special declaration on funding for climate change adaptation, looking at COP26 for developed countries to fulfill their commitments under the agreement of the Paris Agreement. Climate change is an issue that concerns all of us and jeopardizes our potential for sustainable and resilient recovery. To reduce devastation caused by natural disasters in the region, we require, as a region, significant investment in national and regional strategies for mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. There are many initiatives at the multilateral level which we can also advance as a region for preserving our biodiversity and for mitigation and adaptation to climate change, such as the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, which proposes protecting 30% of territory and seas on the planet by 2030, and we enjoy Caribbean countries to join this initiative. Protecting our oceans is extremely important. We cannot achieve true sustainable economic recovery or fight effectively against climate change or achieve the Sustainable Development Goals if we do not take urgent and serious measures for protecting and preserving our seas and oceans. We know that the wider Caribbean will support us in this. We have put forward some actions towards achieving this goal. Costa Rica and Jamaica are two of the 10 countries selected as main member states of the Goleta initiative, spearheading actions in different regions for supporting the International Maritime Organization's plan of action on marine waste and the voluntary FAO guidelines for the marking of fishing gear. It is also strategic to advance in regionalization, and this requires that we advance national productive and structural change agendas. Regional integration in Latin America and the Caribbean will foster greater global integration, bearing in mind the complex global context in which we find ourselves with international logistics and transport systems having collapsed and are in crisis. We are stronger as an integrated region. However, intra-regional trade in Latin America and the Caribbean have suffered a gradual decline over the last 20 years. We must remedy this situation. It is important to promote greater linkage with the rest of the region in trade and investment and developing strategic partnerships through the reactivation of free trade agreements that already exist and in other areas. We must therefore promote air and sea connectivity, implementing new concepts for the logistics industry from a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive vision to develop our tourism and trade sectors and our economy in general. We must also have person-to-person integration. This is very important. We must have exchange between ourselves, Costa Rica, and the Greater Caribbean. And this will make our integration more successful. Costa Rica is coordinating with the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and the Central American Corporation for Air Navigation Services, COSESNA, to explore mechanisms and feasibility studies for air connectivity between Central America and the Caribbean. This is not an empty expression. It is almost a personal commitment of myself as a member of COSESNA, and we hope that this initiative in these discussions will bear fruit soon. We have also identified fora for promoting collaboration in tourism, for which is very important to the Caribbean and Costa Rica for economic stability. And we are promoting a system for certifying sustainable tourism, which can be standardized in different countries. And Costa Rica is participating in triangular cooperation projects for managing tourism destinations. There is great potential for developing the blue economy and creative industries, which create opportunities in sustainable energies and sustainable use of resources for greater participation in global value chains. We must also take advantage of new trends such as nearshoring to strengthen our industries and ensure relevant issues such as food security for our populations. Thus, since this is a global crisis, it is an urgent need for the international community, and in particular the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, to identify and capitalize on opportunities for achieving stability and also growth, equity, and environmental sustainability. We are convinced that cooperation for development is an ideal tool for promoting international and regional solidarity and a means of addressing the multidimensional challenges that we face globally, but which have hit the Caribbean region much more significantly. Political and intra-regional cooperation dialogue, strengthening regional agreements, deepening intra-regional cooperation will be vehicles to uh, push forward the diversification of our economies and strengthen our development efforts. The pandemic has accelerated all of these innovative ideas, and we can continue to explore solutions and responses from this region. I therefore invite you to share your views on this very important issue during this discussion. Thank you very much, and I hope that there will be fruitful discussion and exchange of ideas so that we can convert all of these good intentions into concrete action with an impact on our region and our people, and all of us, brothers and sisters who wish to move forward. Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me to share in this meeting. Thank you.
Excellency, and the pleasure was ours. We're really grateful that Costa Rica is and you are demonstrating your commitment to your leadership role in ECLAC at the moment, and very, very grateful for your statement and highlighting very important areas of solidarity and integration and lessons that we can learn, so alliances that we can build. I recognize that you said you have other commitments, and we all are very familiar with that. So we will excuse you now. Thank you very much for taking the time. We know that we're running a little bit behind schedule, and we're glad that you could stay on a little bit longer. So thank you very much, Excellency, and we hope that we'll have further opportunities to interact on these matters. Therefore, colleagues, in opening the floor, although you can comment on Mr. Guillermo Fernandez's presentation, he won't be with us to answer questions. And we're going to ask you to make your contributions based on the presentations made by our Executive Secretary, Alicia Barsana, Finance Minister Ashni Singh, and the presentation that you just heard. I don't believe, Diane, that I am in a position to see the hands that are raised. So I don't know if you can assist me in calling on people, or if
We
people
will be
can just.
doing that, yes.
Okay, so I leave it to you now, Dan, to see if you can manage this segment of interventions, if colleagues have interventions that they'd like to make at this point.
So the first request for the floor is from Deputy Premier Natalia Wheatley of the British Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the floor. I offer apologies on behalf of Premier Honorable Andrew Foy, who is unable to join you today due to an urgent matter that has arisen. However, it is my pleasure to make this intervention on his behalf. Honorable Camilo Gonzalez, Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Information Technology, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Chair of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee. Our Costa Rica colleagues, Ms. Alicia Bacena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Deputy Minister Guilherme Fernandez, it was a pleasure to listen to you, to share your insightful perspective on regional cooperation and solidarity in Latin America and the Caribbean as a means by which to accelerate recovery from the pandemic. By working together, we can still keep the region on course to achieve the sustainable development goals, especially if we can successfully contain COVID-19 and make recovery as balanced as possible. Costa Rica has demonstrated its sincerity and determination as chair of ECLAC to enhance greater cooperation across Latin America and the Caribbean, and your presence here today is an indication of that. I commend you, Deputy Minister, for all your efforts thus far, and I'm sure my Costa Rica colleagues will convey that to the Minister. I also want to acknowledge the tremendous work done by our dear friend, Ms. Alicia Bacena, and her team at the Commission, who continue to highlight the negative impact of the pandemic on our societies and to advocate for vaccine equity at the global level, especially for our region. Alicia, thank you also for pushing for greater international support for the middle-income countries of the Caribbean, who face very unique circumstances as a collection of small island developing states that remain highly vulnerable to external economic shocks and extreme climate events. Mr. Chairman, regional solidarity has been strong in our response to the pandemic, but it has also been robust in our pursuit of sustainable development. In this regard, I would like to thank both the Chair of ECLAC and the Commission for the inclusion of the associate member countries in the fourth meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. This was an important development in the process of formally integrating the AMCs into the Sustainable Development Framework of the region. In addition, within the frame of the forum, we held the first ever high-level meeting of the AMCs, in which we discussed their challenges in implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Our dialogue provided a much better sense of where gaps in support to AMCs exist and where development cooperation can be strengthened to achieve the SDGs. Deputy Minister, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Costa Rica for your commitment to the engagement with the AMCs and for highlighting to our brothers and sisters in Latin America and the Caribbean that we are part of this region and should be integrated in some way into the existing regional sustainable development framework. The British Virgin Islands and other AMCs very much welcomed Costa Rica's commitment to a second meeting of the AMCs in 2022 within the frame of the 5th meeting of the Forum of Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. Among other things, I recommend that we place on the agenda resource mobilization and development cooperation for climate change adaptation in the AMCs, most of whom are not covered by the Paris Climate Change Agreement, but yet have huge resource constraints and gaps to be filled in successfully building climate resilience. It must not be forgotten that the AMCs are SIDS as well, whose very existence is threatened by climate change. Hurricanes Irma and Maria demonstrated this in the destruction caused in the British Virgin Islands and other AMCs. Mr. Chairman, in terms of the impact of the pandemic on the region, there's no doubt that it continues to be damaging and will have long-lasting effects. However, if we are to see a brighter future, we must position ourselves for recovery that will deepen economic integration, strengthen social protection, accelerate digital transformation, and boost climate action. Furthermore, we must make every effort to ensure these processes take place within the framework of the sustainable development of Latin America and the Caribbean. The key to all of this is working together. In this regard, our respective societies can tremendously benefit from each other through South-South cooperation. The British Virgin Islands officials have attended the various meetings facilitated by ECLAC and South-South cooperation, which we have found very useful. We are now at a stage where we would like to positively engage to see where we can make our centers of excellence and areas of technical expertise available to the region. At the same time, we are very keen to access technical expertise and centers of excellence in the region that can assist us in advancing our sustainable development objectives. I do hope that other AMCs will also see the value in South-South cooperation and decide to engage accordingly. Mr. Chair, as I close, I again want to thank the Chair of ECLAC and the Commission for all their support to the AMCs, who are more involved than before in ECLAC's activities. I call on the region to support the inclusion of the AMCs in the establishment of the Caribbean Resilience Fund. We also need support as it concerns investment and trade. I also want to thank ECLAC's Caribbean headquarters in Port of Spain, under the leadership of Ms. Diane Corliss, for their continued support and responsiveness to the British Virgin Islands.
Timely contribution. I now offer the floor to the Permanent Secretary ad interim in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Barbados, Ms. Donna Ford. You are still muted.
Yeah, I'm still muted. Apologies for that. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to the invitation. Let me start by apologizing for the absence of my Minister of Foreign Affairs, who unfortunately this morning. Madam Chair, the COVID-19 pandemic has, over the past 2 years, devastated the economies and societies of the countries of the Caribbean, ending lives and livelihoods. And right now in Barbados, we are experiencing the first days and weeks of the pandemic, increasing cases and increasing loss of life as the Delta variant reaches. This despite our efforts to get as many people as possible vaccinated as quickly as possible. The pandemic has triggered a deep recession in the Barbados economy, with the critical tourism and hospitality industry severely damaged, leading to a decline in all other sectors. Government revenues have dropped precipitously. Thousands of jobs have been lost. The result, Madam Chair, is a challenging financial situation given the continuing and planned expenditures in the health sector, and the imperative to buttress the social safety net to ensure that the most vulnerable in our society receive needed assistance. The responses of carrying on countries to the COVID-19 pandemic have without doubt exacerbated our debt burden and laid bare our lack of access to financial markets. And it is for this reason that the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Amawak, has repeatedly made the case for the international financial institutions and for our developed country partners to provide concessional financing and access to credit for Barbados, CARICOM countries, and for small island developing states in order to help us to restructure our economies and to offset the massive revenue shortfalls that we are experiencing. Prime Minister Motley continues to make a compelling case for the need for debt relief and for support measures for access to low-cost, long-term development finance for the heavily indebted countries of the region, in order that we can manage to achieve the much-needed fiscal space to reduce the likelihood of debt default. Seeking to recover from the pandemic's effects serious challenges to our efforts to avert deepening poverty, to implement the sustainable development goals, to create resilience to climate change, another essential threat confronting us. Barbados believes that now is the time for the creation of a universal vulnerability index, which makes clear the challenges facing SIDS and proves our case for special parameters for international financial assistance. It will be an index which goes far beyond the ineffective measurement of our country's GDPs in terms of everyday income. It must, however, also be noted at the same time, COVID-19 is creating opportunities indirectly for new and improved ways of doing business that can advance the economic recovery and development of our countries. There has been a monumental increase in the use of digital platforms in the areas of education, banking, commerce, telemedicine. And no doubt, this increased use of technology will continue. Sector. To attain economic recovery, we will have to act differently, think differently, and devise new approaches and innovative sustainable solutions that will growth and resilience, expand existing social protection programs. Investment is also required. Investment in online training, technical and vocational skills, in higher education to build more diversified and resilient post-COVID economies, in research, development, and innovation projects that could help boost economic diversification and international competitiveness. Barbados, that they're under to bring about regional economic recovery, such as sustainable blue economy, quality production, and high-value manufacturing, and research and development, expansion of Caribbean technologies. In addition, the current conditions have underscored the need for global cooperation and highlight the role of effective multilateralism and international cooperation in solving global problems. We believe that increased South-South cooperation and the cooperation such as that clearly outlined this morning in the directive presentation contribute to the creation of a more sustainable and inclusive recovery, to establish momentum towards achieving the SDG and to building back better through the transfer of knowledge, experiences, digital infrastructures, and technology innovation, which emphasize the value of cooperation and coordination. Indeed, increased use of technology could spur a digital revolution as a possible avenue of cooperation in e-commerce, regional economic expansion, pandemic. There is therefore added incentive to explore advantages available in ships and triangular cooperation. In closing, Madam Chair, let me stress that moving forward, this government will focus on increasing diversify the economy and enhance its resilience, particularly with regard to disaster risk financing, and ensure an inclusive green recovery. Concessional development financing will be critical. Madam Chair, I thank you.
Thank you very much. I thank very much the representative of Barbados for those extremely pertinent and valuable points contributing to our debate. And let me also convey on behalf of ECLAC the appreciation that we have for Barbados in the powerful and persuasive champion of your Prime Minister in the interest of the countries of the Caribbean. Chair, we do not at this time have any other speakers on our list. So perhaps you may wish to proceed to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Dan. We'll do that. I thank the colleagues from the BVI and from Barbados for their contributions, and tell delegates that you will have another opportunity to participate in the debate following the next presentation. And if you want to hearken back to anything that was said by any of the earlier presenters, that will be fine as well. So let's now consider agenda item 4, safeguarding the health of the Caribbean. The seminar on non-communicable diseases in which we participated yesterday offered very rich information and analysis on the COVID-19 factor and on the economics of the management, prevention, and control of NCDs to achieve our sustainable development goals. I am therefore pleased to invite someone who contributed yesterday in our NCD discussion, the Executive Director of the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARFA, Dr. Joy St. John, to present the outcomes of yesterday's panel discussion on NCDs. Doctor, you have the floor and welcome back.
Much, Minister. I need everyone to tell me if you can hear me clearly. I hope there are sound issues. Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I count it an honor and a privilege to present to this 20th meeting of the Monitoring Committee of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee the report of the Seminar on Non-Communicable Diseases and Their Impact on Sustainable Development in the Caribbean, which was convened virtually on the 4th of November, 2021. This seminar sought to broker a dialogue among experts on the prevailing and pervasive challenges of NCDs in the Caribbean, examining in particular how these diseases impact the current COVID-19 pandemic. 2 panel discussions were held. The first under the theme NCDs and Sustainable Development, the COVID-19 Factor, and the second, the Economics of NCD Prevention and Control. ECLAC invited the Pan American Health Organization and the Caribbean Public Health Agency to partner with the Regional Commission in organizing this important event. In addition to the remarks offered by Minister Gonzalez, Honorable Chair of that seminar and this session, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Ms. Alicia Bacena, and I contributed substantively to the dialogue. The seminar featured presentations from experts in the field of health and economics, including medical practitioners from the health ministries of Barbados and Belize, senior representatives of academia from the University of Technology, Jamaica, and the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus, a senior researcher and executive from public and private institutions, respectively, and experts from PAHO. Following are the main outcomes of the seminar. Caribbean countries are currently struggling with continuing and varied challenges linked to the COVID-19 pandemic, and evidence of the extent to which the disease has been exacerbated by NCDs has made the discussion more urgent and relevant at this time. The Caribbean is one of the subregions of the world with the highest prevalence of chronic diseases. Caribbean people therefore live daily with the health risks associated with the NCD reality. However, COVID-19 has heightened the risks faced by persons with chronic diseases. The subregion should be commended for its efforts so far in managing the pandemic. Caribbean governments should be encouraged to continue in their efforts to procure and administer vaccines, particularly since the subregion has been lagging behind the global average in terms of the share of its population fully vaccinated. The evolution of the COVID-19 pandemic in Caribbean countries and the concomitant effects of the high level of NCDs on the management of COVID-19 are worth noting. In Barbados, 80% of admissions to the medical and surgical wards were for NCDs and its complications, while 80 to 85% of COVID-19 deaths were in persons with NCD comorbidities, reflecting the clear impact of such diseases on COVID-19 mortality. In Belize, NCDs present an added burden for the management of COVID-19, with diabetes and hypertension representing the main comorbidities which contributed to the deaths of COVID-19 patients. In addition to this effect observed in other Caribbean countries, Belize is faced with institutional challenges in managing the pandemic, particularly in the context of its international borders. There is emerging evidence on the nature and magnitude of the socioeconomic impact of COVID-19 in the Caribbean and globally. In the Caribbean, the evolving social dynamics precipitated by the pandemic have resulted in increased levels of hunger and reduced nutrition. These impacts were important, considering that poor nutrition status was a key driver for the onset of NCDs. Sorry, just a minute. Some silence, please. At the household level, COVID-19 has resulted in reduced income. While governments have provided financial assistance to households to cushion the effects of the pandemic, research indicated that these cash transfer programs are poorly targeted and have disproportionately benefited households in the upper income strata. Lessons from India also point to the rural-urban disparity of the psychosocial impact of COVID-19, where rural dwellers experience greater difficulties in accessing medicines in addition to suffering worsening symptoms of diabetes and hypertension. The unfortunate nexus of NCDs and COVID-19 in the Caribbean had exposed the subregion's health vulnerability as a consequence of the region's prevalence of NCDs. Judging from the subregion's efforts to address the NCD issue of the past 2 decades, there is need for the Caribbean to elevate issues beyond the remit of personal responsibility, situating it more firmly as an issue to be addressed within the context of national economic and social challenges. Poor health is a threat to all economic and social sectors, including tourism, food, and transportation. Therefore, a whole of society response is required to effectively manage this challenge. In the current circumstances, the presence of COVID-19 provides a good opportunity for the subregion to refocus on NCDs. Efforts should be made to implement or scale up tools for the adoption of NCD policies in Latin America and the Caribbean in order to effectively reduce the prevalence of NCDs. This will require the engagement of all sectors and multiple stakeholders, particularly at the regional level, with focus on quality nutrition as an overarching strategy to combat these diseases. In addition, digital health interventions such as telemedicine provide means to bridge the gap in healthcare that COVID-19 has widened. Although NCDs constitute huge economic burdens, economic research shows that the returns to investment in interventions designed to combat these diseases are good. But this fact is not always a part of the discussions in setting health policies for the subregion. There exist several useful, proven, and cost-effective best buys, which could be adopted by the Caribbean in order to reduce the burden of NCDs over time. These include increasing tobacco excise taxes and prices, the banning of tobacco advertising, promotion and sponsorship, creation of completely smoke-free environments in all indoor workplaces, and the reduction of salt intake through the reformulation of food products and the setting of target levels for meals and foods. While there are merits in considering excise taxes as a fiscal policy option for the management of NCDs, the sub-regional context of enforcing compliance, including implementing additional customs and border patrol measures to address smuggling, must be put into consideration. Meanwhile, there are good opportunities for public-private partnership in the management of NCDs in the Caribbean. These could be patterned from successful state-funded chronic disease assistance programs for the provision of drugs for NCD management, delivered in partnership with the private sector in 4 Caribbean countries. In closing, addressing the huge research gap which currently exists between the global north and the south, and exploring the feasibility of using economic instruments such as investment and taxes in treating with the NCD epidemic require collaboration among agencies and academic institutions. Excellencies and esteemed ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your kind attention. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you so, as always, Dr. St. John. I think over the last 2 years, you are probably the most frequent presenter in the Caribbean. And I really want to salute your stamina and your tirelessness in educating so many people in so many different fora, not only about COVID, but about the interconnected challenges that we have with COVID. So thank you very much for, I don't know where you find the time, but thank you very much. Colleagues, we'll now continue the debate. I would invite any of you to speak on any or all three of the agenda items, the 3 agenda items that we've considered this morning. And of course, we're running a little late, so I'd like you to limit your contributions to as concise an intervention as possible to afford time for wide participation. So please hop in. I'm going to turn it back over to Diane because I don't have the ability to see who's trying to get your attention. So Diane, over to you, and you can call me when we're out of speakers.
Okay, very good. I do not see any requests for the floor at this time. I will give it a few more seconds.
Guyana is asking.
Sorry?
Guyana has been asking, trying to get your attention.
Guyana, is that Minister Singh? Guyana has the floor. Representative of Guyana, if you're speaking, you are muted.
We cannot hear you. We can't hear you.
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Honorable Camilo Gonzalez, Minister of Finance, Economic Planning and Sustainable Development and Information Technology of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Madam Alicia Barcino, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first apologize for the unavoidable absence of the Honorable Hugh Todd, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Guyana, due to some other pressing duties, and also express Guyana's appreciation to you, Chair, and to the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as the participation of Costa Rica for convening this meeting, which is indeed timely by virtue of the added challenges of COVID-19 and against the backdrop of COP26 in Glasgow. The issues of development that have plagued our region over the years, about which we have made our voices heard and engaged the international community, are currently exacerbated by the devastating impact of COVID-19, and at times brings into question our ability to effectively address the needs of our citizens, as well as attaining the Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. The impact on our economies range from significant decreases in revenue due to the decline in economic activity, to the decline in foreign direct investment, and in some cases, capital flight. Additionally, our healthcare systems are indeed overwhelmed. Chair, while our governments continue to do their best in the circumstances, there is need for a rethink the skewed classification used for graduating many of countries of the Caribbean that are classified as middle-income countries. This results, as we heard, in the unfair exclusion of many deserving countries of the region from much-needed assistance in the fight to overcome vulnerabilities, which is one of the foundations on which resilience is built. Some of these vulnerabilities include the devastating effects of climate change, the volatility of markets, including the dependence on single product or a narrow range of products as main revenue earners, and now the debilitating health, economic, and social effects of the pandemic. The importance of having this inhibition addressed by the international financial institutions and development partners cannot be overemphasized, especially at this point in time, if we are to overcome, recover, and progress in the post-COVID world. Chair, integral to the development of the Caribbean are additional issues of food security, energy, de-risking, among others, which are part of the resilience building process. And so it is therefore imperative that as a region, we continue to vigorously advocate, represent, and pursue these causes that are so crucial to the development of our countries, while concurrently addressing the local situations that, once attended to, will provide all our citizens with an improved quality of life as we build forward better. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative of Guyana, for that very pertinent contribution. I can now acknowledge the President of the Executive Council, Territorial Collectivity of Martinique, Mr. Serge Lechtimi, who has asked for the floor. Monsieur le Président, it is such a pleasure to welcome you once again to ECLAT meetings. I remember that we had excellent conversations years ago when we were instrumental in ensuring that you became an associate member of ECLAT. And it is wonderful to have you participate with us this morning. Please, go ahead, you have the floor.
Is it me? Vous m'entendez? Bonjour.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Sorry, but my English is not perfect. I have to improve it. And now I go to speak French. OK? Alors, travailler avec vous. Parfois, le président du conseil exécutif lui-même, quand il...
The president of the executive council will also be available, but I will also be able to either work alongside him or represent him. So with my new functions, I have a great interest in following the work in the region in the area of cooperation and external relations. Before I share with you how Martinique is facing this situation and seeking to recover its economy, I just wish to recall our geopolitical situation. We are a French Caribbean territory. We have regulations and codes. We belong to France and the European Union, and Martinique is also an outlying European region. But Martinique's will to be integrated in this natural cooperation space means that the Caribbean is even more important for us. Because of the times in which we live with the current crisis, so geographically, our Caribbean partners are very important to us. First of all, integration with the ACS, ECLAC, the OECS, and soon CARICOM, CARIFORUM, are very important for us. And following a referendum in 2015, our institutional status became more important with the setting up of a unique territorial collectivity with new competence internally. With the new territorial competence, the law of 5th of December 2016, the legitimacy of the collectivities was stronger in the area of regional cooperation. So based on these possibilities, the territorial collectivity of Martinique has the political will to integrate into this cooperation space with you, alongside you as a partner and also as an actor. I think this is very important that we stress this point. This pandemic, with all the uncertainty, with all of the main challenges we face, I agree with my fellow delegates and those who have spoken this morning. We must have resilience and innovation to transform our economies and societies. We can no longer act as before to recover our prior growth levels. We must work together, look at problems together, and experiment together. Island states are vulnerable and fragile because of external factors, and with the pandemic, maintaining the commodity prices, and our local production must emerge. Our region must put in place systems that allow us to live and not depend only on imports. Sea level rise, climate change, COP26 are all issues on the table. So the consequences of globalization are visible in Martinique. Aging population, young people, we are having a brain drain. We have all these problems, cancers and NCDs, the lack of strong health structures, lack of medical specialists. We have all these problems, but Mr. Serge Lechimi insists that it should be made clear that we are together, and we must learn a lesson from the Caribbean region, from this COVID-19 crisis, to reform and reinvent and transform our societies and economies and our form of consumption. International society has been important for the survival of our communities. We have new financial tools through the European Commission and different human and other resources. And for the first time, we have 16 doctors from Cuba who came in 2020 to provide support. Medical teams, our hospitals were very happy with this, and we received European funding to assist. So what I'm saying is that it is important to move forward with a new vision, as you have all stressed. We have a high mortality rate because of this health crisis. We have breast cancer and prostate cancer cases among younger and younger people. So there are initiatives that have been taken to deal with this scourge. And Serge Leshimi's idea is that the Caribbean, the region, the Americas, Latin America, can all benefit from what we put in place. And we have set up a nuclear imaging center to bring together specialists and experts, which will be called the Caribbean Nuclear Imaging Company. And so there will be medical cooperation to improve patient care with cardiovascular diseases and similar ailments. We are all concerned about these diseases, and the seminar yesterday helped us to focus on NCDs, which are a concern in the region. So setting up this cooperation in the Caribbean in the medical area is the result of our will and that of our partners and our international partners. Jamaica, the Dominican Republic, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago. There might be others, excuse me if I've forgotten, but we are setting up a network, and we invite you all to work together to improve access to care for patients in our region, our Caribbean region. And we have to do this together. The health crisis makes it difficult now, but this should not prevent us from working on structured health programs. We must progress and progress together. This is a duty that we have if we want cooperation and solidarity to work. Developing health infrastructure through medical equipment and other resources is very important for us. Charting care is also something that is important, and we have partners who have already joined in these efforts and are working on this. Not to go on for too long, but in July 2022 in Martinique, we will be setting up the Caribbean Institute for Nuclear Imaging, which is a health complex for telediagnosis, and one which will be using high-level technology for caring for patients in cardiology, neurology, and other areas. And this can assist in developing new patents. It will enable the production of a large range of pharmaceutical products, and there will be a high level of sensitivity for the detection of diseases. So patients diagnosed with cancer and infectious diseases will be treated, and we will be able to treat not only persons in our territories, but persons from the Caribbean and the Americas region. So we are setting up an active working group to identify the resources availability for the most vulnerable patients to be cared for. We invite members of the committee to join this working group. We have not spoken in any great detail about this, but we must recognize the value of our natural heritage. We have Martinique Biosphere Conference in 2022. There is also a pharmacopoeia that we're working on for our medicinal plants, and possibilities for treating diseases such as COVID-19. And whatever works in Martinique will also be valid for the rest of the Caribbean. So I will conclude by saying that COP26 places an accent on acting now, not just talk. And many persons have said it before us. Our territories in the Caribbean are paying a heavy price in terms of global warming, the changing of the seasons, invasive species are present. Certain marine mammals are disappearing. Endemic species are disappearing. But what I would like to say again is that we are here. Once again, we are with you. Alicia Barcena, we are here. We can speak with President Lechimi. We understand the importance of maintaining ties with the rest of the Caribbean. These ties must be strong, and we will strengthen them. And I hope I wish to thank you for your indulgence. I went on for a while, but there will be persons from the territorial collectivity of Martinique who will be present, because the work that we are speaking about today are very important for cooperation and especially for solidarity in the Caribbean. Thank you for your attention. I'm sorry for going on so long, but let me repeat that Serge Lechimi, President of the Executive Council, and his team, we are all very happy to be here with you, working alongside you. Thank you very much.
Representative of Martinique, it's good to have you back after a little bit of an absence. Welcome. We look forward to further engagement. Minister, Chair, we have no one else on our speakers list, so I hand back over to you to take us towards recess.
Thank you, Dan. I'm sure that, and this is one of the few, one of the main challenges with these types of online engagements. I noticed that across all of them, sometimes the unscripted portion of the interaction suffers a bit when everyone's not sitting in the same room, and a WebEx meeting that's now in its fourth hour can be a bit of an endurance challenge. So I think that now would be a good time to take a recess. We're going to recess for about an hour and a half to give the Secretariat time to prepare the documentation from our consultation so far. So I propose that we take recess now and that we resume promptly, very promptly, at 2 p.m. So the meeting is adjourned at the moment. We can log off and log back on for 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are we all back? Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Is everyone here who needs to be here? Diane, I don't know.
For the time being, it's just you and me, so so we can proceed. I don't know whether I'm just checking. Maybe we wait a few more minutes.
Okay. I'll await your signal.
Hello. Good
I
afternoon.
think we should begin, Minister.
Just wanted to say, as we wait, I was wondering, I can access for the foreign term Spanish and English.
Hello,
Hello.
how are you?
I'm well. Welcome back.
Oh, good.
I-
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I
Same
think
there.
Diane says we can jump right back into it. So we're going to go into the next section. Welcome back, everyone. Happy to have you back. Hope you all had a good lunch. The afternoon session is the main part of the afternoon session, as I see it, is consideration of agenda item 6, which is the report on implementation of the 2020 program of work for the Caribbean. Please be reminded that subprogram 12 of the ECLAC program of work is devoted to supporting activities for the countries of the Caribbean region. We, the members of the monitoring committee, will be expected to review the work done by the Port of Spain office for the benefit of our member states, and very importantly, to identify any shifts in priority that we would wish to see addressed during the next year, 2022. So without further ado, let me hand over to the director of the ECLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean, Mrs. Diane Corliss, who will now present on the report on the implementation of the 2020 program of work for the Caribbean. Ms. Corliss, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Are you seeing my screen now? I can't tell.
We're seeing it, but it's not shared in the full screen. So we're seeing your
That's
things
right.
off the side.
Okay.
Echo.
Better?
Great.
There we go.
Better, much better.
Okay, very good. So good afternoon, colleagues. This is, of course, our opportunity to engage with the community to express our continued commitment to supporting the regional priorities of the region as mandated by the CDCC, exactly as the chairman said, is an opportunity for us to ensure that we are presenting and offering support that is directly in line with your needs, the urgent needs, and that we are in a position to pivot and to respond to the changes as they arise, as we have done over the past 18 months, past 2 years, with the sudden onset of COVID. Much of our activities have changed. So this is the and there have been other programmatic adjustments that have been made as a result of many changes happening in the way in which the UN system offers development support to the region. So just a quick recap, we moved, I think it was last year, beginning in 2020, the UN moved to an annualized program budgeting cycle. It used to be biennial before that. It became an annual program budget cycle as of last year. And what we discovered was that there were things that we had the luxury of doing over a 2-year period that we now had to ensure that we did within a single year. And so that required some adjustment on our part of some of the things that we did. We found, for example, that our research papers were not as long. We decided that we ensure that there are no more than 40 pages, and I'm sure, in the interest of the time of our constituents, that was a welcome change. We focused more on policy briefs. So our deliverables in terms of research were more focused, were sharper, tighter, shorter, and that allowed for that annualized delivery in service. We also took into consideration the changes in the development structure. We are currently working with the country teams of the Caribbean in designing a new multi-country sustainable development framework that really anchors the country programs and the multi-country programs that will be delivered by the UN system as a whole. And so we went through quite a bit of soul searching in determining exactly how we reposition the regional support provided by the regional commission within the context of the multi-country delivery that is now being led by our resident coordinators and their country teams. Of course, we continue to provide support for SDG implementation, but over the past year or two, we have had to shift the way in which we have delivered that support because we've not been able to travel. And so the nature of our support for the continued implementation of SDGs has also changed. Now, within the context of that articulation of the regional role for ECLAC within the development architecture, there are deliverables of which we are particularly proud, and that I thought is important to recall and to emphasize. One of these, the convening platform, such as the meeting we're having today, and the facility that ECLAC provides across all of the sectors, all of the issues, all the regional development issues. That convening platform allows for all of the countries of the sub-region working, and also in consultation with wider Central and South America, with Latin America and the Caribbean, so that we are able to assist the countries of the sub-region in identifying a common and coherent and collective strategic approach that advances to the optimum the interests and concerns of the Caribbean. And so the convening platform across the sectors, and I will have more information on that, that is an extremely important contribution of ECLAC. And of course, because we operated that, as they say, 17,000 feet or 35,000 feet. We have that vision of the region as a whole. So it's more the macro than the micro. We're able then to make that analysis that is regional, and we do that in terms of research and analysis for the region as a whole. Data is another area in which ECLAC is very committed to ensuring that there is accuracy and robust and regular periodic analysis of the development challenges that we can provide in very specific and accurate terms. I think Minister Singh mentioned that this morning, the fact that we do not want to be able to present our case anecdotally. We need to have technical, robust statistics to defend the positions that we articulate so that the advocacy is on firmer ground. That is an important contribution that we have sought to maintain. And of course, the question of policy and analytical capacity with the country teams. We see ourselves as a support, an adjunct, giving support as requested in very specific areas. And we have, over the past year, worked with various UN agencies as well as RCs, and planning to do so for the future. And so there has been some development in terms of the way in which ECLAC as a regional body operating within the framework of the evolving multi-country framework in the Caribbean, how we have flexed and adjusted to provide that support. Now, here again, within the context of the regional and global support that ECLAC provides, the mandate for support of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals comes from ECOSOC. And so, of course, this is the reason that we established the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean to monitor implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. This is very directly linked to implementation of the SDGs. And our forum meets every year. I think it was the representative of the BVI that mentioned this morning the fact that at the forum this year, we had a very special meeting of the associate members for the first time that allowed us to give specific attention to the needs of the associate members, a group within our group that we thought was deserving of very special attention because of the unique circumstances of their political and legal engagement, even while they share the common, the economic and social challenges, sustainable development issues, which are common among. And so we ensure that our office contributes annually to the report that is prepared by ECLAC for submission to the HLPF that analyzes and gives a progress report on the on implementation on the walk towards 2030. How far have we gone? What are the challenges? And of course, we've had significant challenges in the past year that have undermined that path to implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. In the global mandates, these are some of those, and we support these mandates in different ways. We work, for example, in ICPD, we're a very close partner with UNFPA, with Beijing, very close partner with UN Women, with the small island states, we're working with DESA, where the SIDS unit resides, as well as the Alliance of Small Island States. But we do provide, again, that convening platform so that we all, in terms of the regional, the global reviews of each of these mandates, whenever these come up periodically, usually every 4 or 5 years, we are sure to have a regional meeting or sub-regional meeting for the Caribbean where the member states are able to come together to share their views, say, well, what is it that the Caribbean would uniquely wish to ensure is communicated, both from the wider regional perspective, as in Caribbean as against the wider Latin American and Caribbean, but also at the global level. And so we are, for example, already beginning to prepare for the 30-year review of the Barbados Program of Action, or the 10-year review of Samoa. That happens in 24. So 24, yes. So they will begin the regional reviews in 23. So we will do a comprehensive review and assessment of implementation of the Barbados Program of Action, of the SIDS Sustainable Development Agenda, as defined by Barbados, Mauritius, and Samoa. And we will be preparing that on behalf of the countries of the region. The group on the right are important regional within the context of the ECLAC subsidiary bodies. So these are regional bodies that are linked very closely to what is reviewed at the global level. We are able to distill from the global those priorities that are peculiar to our region, and so establish a regional frame for action within the context, the broader context of the global, so to make implementation of the global mandates that much more meaningful for the countries of our region. This is, of course, the family. CDCC is one of the subsidiary organs of ECLAC, as the Executive Secretary mentioned in her opening this morning. And we are the only subsidiary organ that is geographically defined, but there are a significant number of sectoral subsidiary organs which are of crucial importance to the Caribbean. And so we in Port of Spain ensure that there is very active engagement with our colleagues in Santiago to ensure that the Caribbean participates in the sub-regional, in the subsidiary organs of ECLAC across the board. And this has been, I think, an extremely valuable experience. I can say, for example, that last week, the Regional Conference on Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean convened under the chairmanship of Minister Dean Jonas, Minister of Social Development of Antigua and Barbuda. For the first time, a Caribbean country chaired the conference of one of our subsidiary organs on social development, critical now to the welfare of our countries, particularly during this time of COVID. Excellent meeting, very active engagement of the Caribbean. The week before, we had the meeting of the ministers of planning. Again, very active engagement. Increasingly, our countries are appreciating that in order to be resilient, you have to really be planning. It's the forecasting, it's the forward-looking approach that ensures that you have that resilience, because it allows you then to anticipate and to be prepared. Development planning has increasingly been recognized as an important area of our sustainable development implementation strategy, and therefore we have been encouraging increasing involvement of the countries of the Caribbean in planning. I think the statistical conference will happen later in the year. This is another area in which we engage very strongly with CARICOM. I think was also mentioned. Our engagement with CARICOM in strengthening the regional capacity for data analysis, but also the infrastructure of the member states. And you will see we have projects where we are going to be, for example, working with other members of the UN system in strengthening the ecosystem, the statistical ecosystem of Trinidad and Tobago. And we are working in strengthening statistical offices and statistical capacity, because that data capacity has to be indigenized. We need to ensure that there is stronger capacity on the ground, but at the same time, we support CARICOM in ensuring that there is a broader coverage of data collection analysis that ensures that we give a true story of what happens in the Caribbean. I've left the two for the last. First, the Conference on Science, Innovation, Information, and Communication Technology is perhaps the subsidiary organ in which we have so far played the smallest role. And it's one that I want to bring to your attention, distinguished representatives, because when we're looking now in that search for solutions, it's going to be innovation. It's going to be a greater level of application of technology, of science and technology, where we are going to find those solutions. And I have found that our participation in the Conference on Science and Technology thus far has not been what we would want. And I think part of the problem really is that it's difficult for us to find the government offices that have responsibility for this portfolio, because we don't have a lot of ministries in the Caribbean that are so defined. It's very easy to find the finance ministers because you always have a Ministry of Finance or a Ministry of Health, but we don't have ministries of science, innovation, and information. I think a Ministry of Technology. I should have checked how many there are in the Caribbean, but there are not that many. And so it has always been a challenge for us to find that group. And so we have not had that regional, sub-regional engagement with the scientists and the innovators. And this is an area I can tell you we are committed to giving greater attention, because we want to ensure that there is a greater level of engagement on science and technology going forward to strengthen the capacity of the countries of the Caribbean. We only spend 1.5% of our resources at the tertiary level are spent in investment in science and technology. Science and technology is a stepchild in the Caribbean, and it is a challenge that we are going to need to address. And one of the areas is we are going to see is that we can ensure that there's a greater level of dialogue among the decision makers on the importance of science and technology and how we position it in the development strategies at the government level. The Committee on Science on South-South Cooperation, which I believe there's going to be discussion later on in the year to see whether it is to be transformed into a conference on South-South Cooperation. So it's going to be assuming greater status as a subsidiary organ of ECLAC. I think we have already prosecuted that idea for the morning, the importance of strengthening regional solidarity in the region in order for us to articulate a position that defends the countries of the region more effectively, and that ensures that we have the profile and that we are able to advance the interests and concerns of the region more effectively at the global level. And so we will also be looking forward to and encouraging the countries of the Caribbean to get very much involved in the regional conference on South-South cooperation when it is established, fingers crossed. Now, this just a quick indication of the fact that we promote widest regional engagement among partners in the Caribbean space, not just the UN system, but the regional intergovernmental organizations like the OECS. We have the University of the West Indies. We are working increasingly closely with the University of the West Indies, with academia. In fact, we had a meeting with a brainchild of Sir Hilary, the Vice Chancellor, addressing the question of tertiary education, financing tertiary education. And very recently, we also sponsored the CDCC conference that was held. So we have very close and positive relations with the University of the West Indies. The CDB, we're looking to ensure that the CDB is involved in our discussions on the Caribbean Resilience Fund going forward, and of course the whole range of UN system partners. CARFO, of course, we had Dr. St. John as very actively involved in our session on NCDs yesterday, and in presenting that report this morning, so that there is across the board. UNDRR is another one. Disaster risk reduction, another area in which we are very actively engaged because of the high vulnerability of the countries of the region. So a lot of activity, a wide reach, a very rich, a very rewarding, I think, relationship with the range of organizations in the region. Now, jumping very quickly now into the activities that we accomplished in the last year, and this is an example of the work that we did in research and analysis. The Caribbean Outlook is our flagship, we like to call it, issued once every 2 years, and it does exactly as it states. It's a Caribbean Outlook. It gives, it visions the challenges of the region, and we tend to structure it according to the economic, the environmental, the social, the technological. But really, we're talking about the sustainable development challenges, and we give that overview, and we identify where the present problems are. And in the Caribbean Outlook that we issued last year, which was launched we had a preview of it at our Caribbean Development Roundtable, and then we launched it at the ECLAC session in late October. Of course, addressed the issue of COVID-19 and the impact that it had comprehensively on all sectors. The economic survey, part of the work that we do with the wider ECLAC, which is to provide that regular information, comparative analysis on macroeconomic trends in the region, and situating them within the context of broader regional and international trends, so to give a picture, an idea. In fact, it was in an analysis of the economic survey that our executive secretary noted the fact that the debt of the region was moving differently from the debt of the Caribbean sub-region was moving differently from the West, and asked the question, well, why is it the debt of the Caribbean and is so seriously higher than the rest? And that was really several years ago that started our examination of the debt situation in the Caribbean and the need for us to address the debt if we wanted to address growth and sustainable development. And that is what led us to the Caribbean Resilience Fund that we are looking to launch very shortly. So this is the thing. It is the data. It is the analysis that guides the shaping of the solutions. We did work on statistical disclosure control. This has to do with ensuring that verbatim, which is this is the statistical application that we use for extracting data from the census and other platforms to be able to do analysis in various sectors. And there are concerns regarding confidentiality. And so this disclosure control process, which is going to be, I think, linked to a new version of verbatim. I know verbatim is used quite a bit in the Caribbean, will allow for researchers to have access to data that would be considered sensitive without them being able to, get too much of the confidential information. So these are a number of different things. I'm not going to go into all of them. The case of financing for the Caribbean, financing for development was one of those that we did as a result of the tremendous negative impact of COVID-19 on the economies of the sub-region. They were brought to their knees. And it was the reason that we got involved with the financing for the development process and looking at strategies for lifting the region up in the face of the spiraling debt and liquidity crisis that was precipitated by COVID-19. The gender equality, advancing gender equality, research has been widely recognized and appreciated. It really focused on a few countries. I would highlight the Bahamas because it was the impact post-COVID on gender. Looks at the extent to which, particularly migrant populations, the impact of the disparity or the inequalities that are brought to attention, that are made more stark in circumstances of disaster. And I could say the same thing post Antigua and the Hurricane Maria in Antigua and Barbuda, because when Barbuda had to be evacuated, it was the women and children who were the greatest exposed, and there was great vulnerability in dealing with the post-disaster situation. This study really focuses on the Bahamas, post-Dorian, and the vulnerability of the migrant population, of the women and girls in particular. And of course, the non-communicable diseases, this is one of the documents that we attached as a research working document for the seminar yesterday. This is the one that Minister Gonzalez commended to your review, to give you a picture really of the extent to which the NCDs have exacerbated the situation of COVID in the region, and the importance of finding policy solutions for greater and more effective management of NCDs in the region. It is the Caribbean that brought the challenge of NCDs to the attention of the international community. So our leaders are aware of the challenge. It is that are we finding the ways, to solve, to address? And I hope that we will be able to spend more time on that going forward. It would certainly be worth our while. So our activities last year, and is within the context of, as I say, our penchant for convening, for bringing the region together so that we have that common reflection on the challenges, so that we can find common solutions together. We held our 28th session of CDCC last year under the chairmanship of Minister Gonzalez. He's now with the MONCOM beginning his second year of tenure. I didn't work him hard last year because COVID had us locked down, but I intend to, I'm putting you on notice, Minister, you're going to be worked very hard for this year, second year before you hand over to Suriname. And our session last year, really, as most things in last year, focused on the circumstances with COVID. We had two visionaries of the region leading our reflections last year. It was Prime Minister Markley, who led the review of the implications of COVID and the need for that mobilization of advocacy to address the needs of the region during the Caribbean Development Roundtable. And then Vice Chancellor Hilary Beckles was the keynote for our CDCC, again, speaking within the context of a wider sustainable development strategy, and of course, integrating the importance of that building of capacity, skills development. It is through strengthening the institutional and human capacity of the region that is going to be the foundation for the search for solutions. There were a series of meetings in the earlier half of 2020. These were all led by our executive secretary and the team from Santiago. So this was really an ECLAC-wide approach, but they gave very focused sub-regional meetings for the Caribbean, because the countries were absolutely rocked by the impact of COVID-19, and therefore people just needed to speak to one another. It was a great opportunity for the member states to come together. So, for example, the gender meeting, the population meeting, we had ministers from across the region coming together to say, what are you doing? How are you managing? How do we cope? What do you suggest? It was exchange of views. It was best practice. Heard some fantastic things. So, Antigua and Barbuda, they were encouraging what you call these gardens, vegetable gardens, you know, because food security became a real issue in the Caribbean. And how do we treat with this challenge? How do we deal with the children at home and out of school? And oh, it was a real cathartic opportunity, really, for this series of meetings that I think were very well received and really helped to undergird, I think, the efforts of the individual governments in shaping their own national response to COVID. Now, this policy advice, this is work again that we do in some cases at the response, at the specific request of the member states. So, for example, the gender equality framework, because St. Lucia is very keen to design a gender equality policy and statement, and so this gender equality framework, the underlying research that on which they would build this policy was something that we assisted in. So we will respond to very specific requests of individual countries. What we found, the macro data was also an issue of confidentiality to ensure that there was a way in which we protected. This was data on gender-based violence. We didn't want, especially in small countries, the confidentiality issue is extremely important, particularly on a subject like gender-based violence. We provide that support. So that was the statistical work. But the VNRs are we're particularly pleased, gratified to be involved with the support of country commitments to present VNRs to the HLPF, because the VNR really plays a critical role in helping the governments to establish the vision, to understand exactly where they are. Once you put it down, it's one of those things, you put it down, once you have the data, once you've done the analysis, once you can see it, okay, so you are able to establish exactly how far you are and what are the challenges. It's a baseline. It's an important baseline, and this is why we continue to encourage the involvement of all of the countries of the region in the preparation of voluntary national reviews. We were very, very pleased to support St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Trinidad and Tobago last year in the presentation of their voluntary national reviews to the HLPF. And of course, cruise shipping and yachting is another one of those high-end niche areas that we have always thought very important. We've always worked in this area because when we begin to look at strategies for diversification of the tourism industry, this is an area in which we will be encouraging a greater level of attention. The Caribbean, for yachting, Caribbean is a paradise, and really very well suited for this high-end niche, small and yet with very high return. So we have done research for our Eastern Caribbean countries in this area. In technical assistance and capacity building, I will go very quickly through some of these, damage and loss assessment dialogue training. We've designed an online platform for implementation of a training program. We've also been looking at evidence-based planning. We did analysis on the creative industries, another area in which we think that diversification will support countries that are service-based economies. And of course, we have undertaken damage and loss assessment. We did the damage and loss assessment for the Bahamas after Hurricane Dorian. That was an awesome, really impactful. I think Abaco suffered 87% destruction of infrastructure on that island, and 2.9 billion in damage and loss following Hurricane Dorian. So we it happened in late 2015. We completed the DALA and presented the analysis, and in 2020. Now, this is just a quick, flavor of what we are doing in 2021. That's this year, but we really formally report on these activities next year at CDCC. But these are some of the areas in which we have been working during the course of this year. The whole question of gender disparities in education is a serious one. Geospatial technology in data and DRM. This, as I said, is the technology. Technology is going to drive the our capacity for effective and strengthened resilience building. So we had excellent research and meetings this year on geospatial technologies, another area of focus that we're giving much greater attention. The status of institutional mechanisms. We've focused always on the importance of strengthening the institutional architecture of governments, because they are the engine room that guide implementation of sustainable development, of the sustainable Agenda 2030. It is the heart, it is the brain. And so we have worked with a number of countries in strengthening their institutional mechanisms. We've supported Grenada with the creation of a planning institute. We have also looked at this whole question of statistical literacy, because the Caribbean is notoriously bad at maths and stats. I don't understand it. And so we're looking at the extent to which the weakness in the statistical capacity at that very granular level has implications for the way in which we manage data in various spaces, in private sector, in government, in the school system, whatever. We're looking at the question of statistical literacy, integrated water resource management. Water is going to be it's part of the impact of climate change. We're going to find increasing water scarcity. Done some very good research in 7 of the countries, and it was one of the things that we were able to do because we were unable to travel. We found experts in the 7 countries that we studied, and so we had really good information on the ground on what's happening in this region. This is information that we will report on more comprehensively in our reporting for CDCC next year. But just to touch on that last one, the question of online learning. I mean, everybody knows the challenge, particularly rural and poor. COVID has really exposed the fissures in inequality, where access to education is. I mean, some of these children have really lost a year of education because they either don't have the broadband, or they don't have the equipment, or they don't even have the electricity for those in the rural areas. This is how we appreciate that face-to-face learning, and not to mention the community, because children learn together. So that work is also being done. Let's look and see the extent to which online learning has helped or not helped the region. I don't need to spend time on this because I've already spoke to you about the Caribbean Outlook. We didn't do one this year. We do one each year for discussion in the Caribbean Development Roundtable. So next year we will have another Caribbean Outlook launched, and we are looking to see how we address the post-COVID. I mean, we're really not post-COVID yet, but we're looking to see how we get past COVID and begin the long, hard road towards building resilience and recovery. This is the Resilience Fund. So I put a couple of slides in to emphasize the work that we're doing with the Resilience Fund, because this is one of the, I think, we've been working on this thing now for years. It's taken us time because we have been exploring the wherewithal. How do we get the international community to address the question of debt? I went with colleagues from ECLAT Santiago to Washington. We sat in the offices of the Treasury and with the World Bank, to try to communicate that this is not about, fiscal profligacy. These are countries that face real challenges. And that when we talk about vulnerability, we're not throwing that the idea around idly. The exposure to exogenous economic and environmental shocks has had long-term lasting effect on these countries and contributed to the spiraling of the debt. And therefore, there needs to be a way in which the debt of the region, because we recognize that it is the increased debt that is keeping growth unnaturally low. Before the global financial crisis of 10 years ago, we were at about 4-point-something% growth. And we have not since then been able to get an average of even 1% growth. We're still at 0-point-something% growth in 10 years after, exacerbated by hurricanes and COVID. We are looking to see if we can get even 1% growth. And we have determined that in order to get that 1% growth, we need to have at least 12.2% reduction in the debt of the region. And that is the, shall I say, modest initial objective of the Resilience Fund. And the Executive Secretary mentioned that earlier in her presentations this morning. So this is really what we want. Now, it has been, our focus initially was merely on getting the relief, reducing the debt. We need debt relief. But then as we found, we're knocking on doors and they're getting slammed in our face, is there another way in which we can, if you can't walk straight, then you go sideways. So we're trying to see how we go sideways. And what we said is, well, we want the reduction in debt in order to spur economic recovery, in order to enhance liquidity, in order to build resilience. So how then can we use the same mechanism for the debt relief, but not necessarily hang all of the objectives on the debt relief? How do we then ensure that we get the others? And this is where our research has finally brought us to the what we're calling a segregated portfolio resilience trust fund, which says the segregated portfolio saying, okay, so the U.S. Treasury is not going to give us resources for debt relief because they believe that if they give us that help, the governments are just going to get put themselves back in debt again. But we might be able to encourage support in their investment in resilience building, in their investment in activities that promote growth and competitiveness. And so what we have done is we have the Green Climate Fund very committed to supporting. And of course, there is a concern that the region as a whole, recognized as extremely vulnerable, has received very modest support from the Green Climate Fund, really because its processes are so dense and so difficult, and you can only access those resources if you are accredited to the Green Climate Fund. And so that there has been a significant limiting in GCF resources being designated for the Caribbean, where there is an unquestioned need for investment in resilience and growth. And so the Green Climate Fund is very keen to be involved. Yet their donors, their legal mandate says no, you can't invest the resources in debt reduction. And so we were able then to get the Green Climate Fund and other partners to be involved in the creation of the fund with a focus on one of the other windows. So this segregated portfolio, we're no longer just having a Caribbean debt swap initiative, which was initially. It is now a resilience fund, a portfolio, a segregated portfolio fund with 3 windows that will allow for independent investment in resilience building, in growth and competitiveness, and also in debt and liquidity. And so what we're saying is, in order to get that 12.2%, that reduction in debt that we're looking for, that will give that 1% growth to the region, we need to have an investment, a capitalization of 6.9 billion for debt reduction, and another 3.7 billion for investment in growth and competitiveness and resilience building. This is a very exciting prospect, and in fact, as I speak to you, member of my team, Sheldon McLean, is in Glasgow presenting this proposal to the international community, because the interest in the segregated portfolio trust fund has advanced dramatically. We will be having a meeting in Antigua and Barbuda towards the end of this year for us to make the presentation to our pilot countries, which is the reason why I don't give you any more detail on the activities that we are proposing, because we really need to make sure that we clear those with our 3 pilot countries, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and St. Lucia. Thereafter, we are expecting to move towards the negotiation of the creation of this resilience fund within the coming months. And so I hope to be able to report at the CDCC next year that we have in fact launched the CRF. We are extremely optimistic that it will be achieved. So finally, I think a couple of the projects that we are working on for 2022. This is again work to be done, but extremely important work. We have a development account project that begins next year. That will be focused totally on building resuscitation of tourism-based economies, and we're focusing in particular on the 6 countries of the Eastern Caribbean. We had hoped to have been able to do it across the board for all the service-based economies in the region, but we were, there were limits on the resources and in terms of spreading ourselves too thinly, because it's a project to be implemented in 3 years. What we want to do is to focus on, I think, as the Executive Secretary mentioned, also the whole idea of diversification within the tourism economy itself, because what we're looking at is this industry is extremely vulnerable. How do we build resilience in the tourism industry? It needs, and so we need to be looking at a strengthening and restructuring and looking at niches. So, for example, in creative industries, things that can go online. Another niche we also mentioned in yachting. So, how do we diversify the tourism industry? Because many of these countries dependent almost 70–80% for their income and for employment on tourism. And so COVID-19 really exposed the vulnerability of an undiversified economy, an economy dependent so heavily on a single sector. So while we diversify with a view to making more resilient the tourism industry, there must also be diversification of the economy in general. So we want broad diversification of the economy so that there is less dependence on tourism, but we also want to strengthen the industry itself, to make the industry itself more resilient. So we're taking those 2 approaches in building back or building forward. We like to say tourism-based economies next year. And a lot of that work we're going to be doing in tandem with this project on advancing innovative financial solutions. This is a work in progress, SDG funded project that we have entered into with other UN agencies under the leadership of the RC of Barbados, Didier Telebouk, invited us to be a part of this, and it worked very well with the work that we have done, because we've been actively engaged in financing for development, in searching for opportunities for identifying low-cost, long-term financing for the region. We want to be able to assess the circumstances of the region and to determine what are the best sources of innovative finance for the Caribbean. So we're very excited to get that project going next year, and within the context of that, we want to link some of those with the work that we will do in tourism, investing in the service economy. So that is those are two important investments, mainly to see how we bring the economies off their knees. But we're doing also working in data, and so the climate change data indicators, which we're working with Santiago in a very important building of a database that allows for a better assessment of the impact of disasters. And we hear of the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda joining with Tuvalu to create a forum that would allow for damage and loss assessment. In order to be able to assess the impact of that damage and loss, they're going to need data, statistical analysis that says, well, this is the extent to which the coral reefs and the coastline and the impact of saltwater intrusion in your freshwater resources. All of those natural they call them disaster indicators, but they really are indicators that are linked to the impact that climate change has on the countries of the Caribbean. It's going to be extremely important in our making that case that when we speak about advocacy, robust advocacy for the countries of the Caribbean in making their case in the international community, which is why they are deserving of support. You're going to need to have that information. And so this is a very important project that is already ongoing. And of course, as I had mentioned earlier, we've been working with Trinidad and Tobago in strengthening their statistical ecosystem now for some time. And this is another project that begins next year. We're hoping ultimately to see the establishment of their statistical institute, and we will be working with others in that. In terms of VNR support, once again, another very important and exciting prospect for us next year. We have Belize and Jamaica, who's supposed to be going forward to present their second VNR report next year. So we will get a status report on where we are. Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, all going for their first VNR report next year. We're hoping that, sometimes we hear this, we're coming to it, and then circumstances put the thing on ice. We're really hoping that all of you stay the course, because now is the time for you to make that assessment so that you are able to evaluate the extent to which COVID-19 and the triple crisis, of which the Executive Secretary spoke this morning, the debt crisis, the climate crisis, and the health crisis, the extent to which that has undermined your capacity, your ability to stay the course for Agenda 2030. And what, therefore, does the international community need to do to support your commitment, your effort to go forward? And these are some of the other areas in which we will be working in 2022. I really hope that I can encourage the region to become more involved in science and technology going forward. This is to be, I think, for you and for us, a very valuable endeavor. I think I've gone way over my time, so I'd really like to end here. Thank you all, and to take any questions on the work that we have been doing. Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Diane. That was very rich presentation, indicating just how busy ECLAC has been, and a very busy agenda for the Caribbean in the coming year. I would like to open the floor now for discussion. So if there's anyone who'd like to comment, please. Dan, unfortunately, you just presented, but I'm going to ask you to see as well if anybody is waving their hand, because I can't see it from my screen.
I believe the representative of Jamaica, Ambassador Alison Stoneloof, had mentioned to me to describe her on the speakers list. I don't know whether, yes. So Ambassador Alison Stone of Jamaica.
Thank you, Mrs. Corliss. So Honorable Camilo Gonzalez, Honorable Christian Fernandez, Executive Secretary Barcena, Mrs. Corliss, Ministers, Excellencies, colleagues. I want to first apologize. I am Ambassador Alison Stone-Roof, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Jamaica, just to apologize for the absence of Minister Leslie Campbell, who had a Senate, long sitting of Senate at this time, or he would have been here today. Just to say that we have listened to Jamaica delegation very carefully, and we appreciate the points made by previous speakers and the extent of the work, the preparation of documents, and the organization that has been invested in facilitating this very rich exchange of ideas. I just would want to address a few points made by the presenters in the course of our discussions. Jamaica's delegation wants to associate ourselves with these perspectives and recommendations shared over the course of the discussions. And for us, we take a special resonance in the point made by the Minister of Guyana regarding the need to spend some more of our time on implementation. This region, with the existing support mechanisms, has advanced significantly and demonstrated that we are more equipped to analyze and design responses to our needs and challenges. Secondly, Jamaica concurs on the importance of the vulnerability index and the creation of a baseline of indicators that accurately and adequately will reflect our realities, and we welcome the ECLAC proposal and any offers to work with the region and other regional institutions to achieve this objective in the shortest possible time. My delegation recognizes the efforts at various levels, bilateral and regional, surrounding the financing of some of these solutions, and our thoughts in this area coincide with the Executive Secretary's perspective that we need to engage our private sector in more meaningful ways to ensure that they see and contribute to the value and the profitability of productive and safe societies. In particular, on the issue of food security, this remains a priority issue for Jamaica and was made clear in our Prime Minister's recent intervention to the Food Systems Summit hosted in September. We recognize the challenges faced by the region in this area and the new challenges imposed by the dislocation in the global supply chain. There are a number of specific initiatives on which the region has already begun work, and we need to accelerate them to ensure this becomes an issue that we can resolve ourselves. While we recognize that transportation links are a problem, we must begin to utilize existing resources, including the offer placed on the table by Costa Rica towards a resolution in this area. We had a very good presentation by Mrs. Corliss, many issues there that Jamaica would want to flag and second and give support to. And we really want to just welcome the continued efforts by ECLAC to remain engaged. And we look forward to your continued support in the region. Thank you in particular, Mrs. Corliss, and your team for the continued hard work and advocacy and your willingness to work with us as we figure out the best way forward for economic growth and development. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Minister, we don't have any other speakers.
Okay. I wanted to mention, Dan, if I may, and again, I thank you. I echo and repeat the thanks for the very hard work ECLAC has been doing. And I noted the forays into new and important areas like the creative industries and the work that's being done in ICT for development, which are two sort of keywords in our diversification, as Alicia was mentioning in her presentation earlier, the need for some level of economic diversification. And very, very grateful for your update on your work on the Resilience Fund, and we're hoping that proves to be fruitful, the work being done now. But both Alicia and the esteemed Minister Singh from Guyana touched upon the blue economy as a significant area of potential for development for all of the Caribbean countries, because all of us have significant ocean resources. Indeed, in the case of the Eastern Caribbean countries, less than 1% sometimes of our entire area is actually land. So some of us are small island states, but large ocean states. And ECLAC has done some work on oceans and marine resources writ large for Latin America and the Caribbean. I believe there was a document that came out in December not December, but sometime in 2020. But it was more focused on conservation and climate change mitigation. I was wondering if we could not, in light of the important contributions by Alicia, in light of the reflections by the esteemed Minister of Finance of Guyana, if we could not start thinking about, I know the wheels take a long time to turn and data has to be collected and policies formulated, but if we could not devote some of your tremendous analytical power within ECLAC to the issue of blue economy development within and among the states of the Caribbean, because what we've learned is that when you say the word blue economy, it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And if it's not defined, if its positives and potential drawbacks are not clearly identified, it's going to take quite a while just for us to move from this catchphrase and this conceptual statement that, oh yes, the blue economy, to actually translating it into meaningful, proactive work to expand and diversify our economy. So I would urge that you apply some of the tremendous talent you have at your disposal in that space, in light of the type of diversification and economic resilience that Alicia was speaking about earlier. Similarly, the issue of green and climate resilient infrastructure. I think that sometimes infrastructure is assumed to be green just because it's replacing something that was damaged by climate change. But the something narrower on green and green infrastructure, green reconstruction, I think those would be useful areas. Obviously, your plate next year seems pretty full, but if we could just try to focus attention on those two issues, I think those are areas where there's tremendous potential for growth. Certainly, there's a lot of conversation right now about building back in a climate compliant way, in using green growth to jumpstart economic development. But again, like the blue economy, that catchphrase means different things to different people. So I would, to the extent possible, that we get some work done in those spaces. I think that would be a useful complement to the already tremendous work that you've outlined. And I'm looking forward very much to the work on online learning, the work on the tourism-based country recoveries, and hearing about what you're doing with indicator statistics and the creative industries. But that would be my comment before. I don't know if Dan wants to say anything in response to that, but if not, we can move on to. Sorry, Dan.
Yeah, I could never not respond to such a challenge, Minister. And the member of my team, RT, who has responsibility for oceans, is probably going to clobber me when this is over, because in fact, I have just neglected to mention the work in this area. We're in fact very much engaged right now in becoming part of the CLME, which is the Caribbean Large Marine Ecosystem, which is a governance framework that the regional community has been working towards for a couple of years now. And we're just at that point where we're getting ready to sign on to it, which is going to allow for engagement on ocean-based activity in a range of areas. It's fisheries, it's the marine resources, living and non-living, the coast reefs and so on, everything. The entire blue economy. The question really is what activity we decide to make our initial one. We've really focused quite a bit on damage and loss, and so implications for protecting the marine space. But what about exploiting it? How do we sustainably exploit the marine space? Because we have so much of it and we have not really found the way really to maximize return from investment in that marine space. So I take the challenge that you give. Absolutely, it is not, our plate is not that full that we can't find space for this, because it really is already on the periphery of what we do. So we absolutely, I have taken note, and I know that Artie will make sure that I don't forget it. We will be able to report to you next year what we are doing in terms of laying the groundwork. We will need to examine how best to what angle to take, how we get involved. But we are already laying the groundwork for integral involvement in the blue economy and in the marine space. That blue economy as part of that investment in adaptation and resilience building, because blue and green is what is going to promote that economic transformation, but also ensure that we are investing in areas that do not do any further damage to our fragile economies. So more on Minister, I have heard you loud and clear. We will take that on in a very serious fashion.
Thank you very much, Dan, and thank you for letting us know that you already have people working in the field. My fear is that if we focus on conservation of spaces, which is what we're all doing, we're doing it very much in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well, and we have some wonderful success stories. But if we focus on that sort of before we focus on sustainable use of the oceans, we may find that we have essentially colonized large swaths of our ocean and rendered them unusable and unexploitable by artisanal fisher folk or tourism interests or what have you. So I think the things have to be managed in tandem, and while we conserve and while we demarcate certain areas as protective zones and to be free of any sort of intervention by humans, we also have to consider the issue of sustainable use and wealth creation from the oceans. Otherwise, we'll have this vast seascape, but it will be off limits to any sort of economic possibilities. We'll now at the point of agenda item 6, which is other matters. I'm going to invite members to raise any issues of concern or interest that have not been yet raised by our agenda. I don't know if what I was just talking about should have properly come under other matters. But so the floor is open for any other matters that can be raised by delegates. I'm not seeing anyone on my side. Dan, I don't know if anyone's flagging in on your side.
Jamaica's asking for the floor.
Please, Jamaica.
That might actually be a legacy hand. It might have been
their previous
when
request.
she had the
Yes.
floor before.
Yes, okay. So we'll say that no other matters have been raised. And then we move to agenda item 7, which is the date and venue of the 29th session of the CDCC. In accordance with Article 10 of the Constituent Declaration of the CDCC, the chairmanship of the sessions of the committee follow the principle of rotation among member countries in the English alphabetical order of their names. Rotation of the chair therefore moves from St. Vincent and the Grenadines to Suriname for the 29th session of the committee. In considering this item, we would like to first give the floor to the representative of Suriname to ascertain whether his government is ready to assume the responsibilities of chair of the CDC for the next tenure. So Suriname, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Good afternoon to everybody, distinguished delegates. Elizabeth Bradley, Deputy PS International Corporation. I indicate that it is with pleasure that we will take over the chairmanship from St. Vincent and the Grenadines to lead the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee for the next 2 years. On behalf of Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business and International Cooperation, His Excellency Albert Ramdin, who is unable to attend this meeting, I hereby confirm that we will assume this chairmanship. The government of Suriname will do its utmost to contribute to the objectives of this body within the framework of economic and social cooperation. And together with all members, we will do our best to fulfill our task. With this said, we are convinced that with the guidance of the ICLAC, we will have a fruitful period ahead of us. Looking forward to a good cooperation within these 2 years of chairmanship. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy PS in Suriname. I hope that you'll be more fortunate than we were during our tenure in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and that we'll actually be able to host a meeting in country in Suriname for the next meeting of the CDCC. I was so looking forward to welcoming all of you to St. Vincent and the Grenadines during my tenure, but COVID conspired against us, as it has against so many meetings all around the world. But we're hoping that as we start to live with COVID, we will look forward to breaking bread together in Paramaribo for the next meeting of the CDCC. And we will await confirmation of dates for the meeting after the ECLAC Secretariat and the government of Suriname consult with one another about the optimal scheduling of that meeting.
Noted, Mr. Chair. Yes, noted.
Delegates, we're reminding you once again that the draft report from the rapporteur will be circulated for review by member states and associate member states on the 19th of November. That's Friday the 19th. Normally we'd have the rapporteur do the work now, but as we indicated at the beginning, we'll circulate it on the 19th. Then we'll have a 7-day period for comment and edits to be submitted. So this time, I open the floor one last time for any additional remarks or questions. Hearing none, we've now essentially concluded our substantive work. Save and except, we now have the privilege and honor to hear Executive Secretary Alicia Bárcena offer her closing remarks on this meeting. Alicia, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, esteemed Camilo Gonsalves, and all members, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the end of 2 days of intense scrutiny of the state of the subregion. We have weighed the dimensions of the complex development challenges which we now face, and we have reflected on how best to proceed, building forward better with resilience. Our deliberations confirm that we are in the midst of multidimensional crisis stemming from the economic fallout from COVID-19 associated with health and social welfare challenges, together with climate change, which we have to also confront. Your governments are already in the grip of a debt crisis even before the pandemics, and this has only worsened over the past decade. So here we are, and we therefore emphasize the urgency of the dialogue taking place at COP26 in Glasgow, and the outcome of this vital to our welfare and future. So really, dear Minister Camilo Gonzalez, you did, and you reminded us of the importance to, in the first stage, to be very realistic about the outcomes of COP26. Sometimes it's very disheartening, as you very well said, the results that we are obtaining in terms of confronting carbon emissions and adaptation. But you also invited us to focus on marine and blue economy beyond conservation. And I think you made a very interesting point of how to move towards sustainable use of our oceans. And I really welcome that, because I started my life as a professional, as a marine ecologist myself, and I moved into fisheries for a long time. And I think we have a great potential in our oceans in the Caribbean. And of course, all the oceans are very fruitful on that regard. And also you gave us a very good guidance about the insufficient support, financial support, and the global importance of really understanding the implications of some global accords, like, for example, the global minimum tax for what is going to be the implications for the Caribbean. I think we have to do some work there. Diane and team, we have to look at that, and the urgency to raise the voice regarding the de-risking and the dismantling of the correspondent banking. We have to do more about that. And you also invited us, dear Camilo, to reimagine the future of the Caribbean with a renovated vision, which should be transformative in all fronts. So, and to go back to the foundational challenges of the Caribbean. Thank you for that. You have always a historical and such an inspiration for all of us. Of course, we also heard from Honorable Christian Guillermet of Costa Rica who gave us a perspective of Latin America and how Latin America should use this opportunity for a closer engagement with the Caribbean and how that can be pursued. I want to express my special thanks to Dr. the Honorable Minister Ashley Singh, Minister of Finance of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, for his very substantive and thought-provoking remarks. You know, he highlighted something that we need not to, I mean, sometimes we don't look sufficiently into that, and that is something that we need to look into, and that is not only vaccine equity, but also vaccine hesitancy. And he explained to us the reality of the huge challenge that the Caribbean faced at the beginning of the pandemics with no access to vaccines. Therefore, you had to look around and see which vaccines were available for the Caribbean, and how the hesitancy is also linked to the lack of timely and appropriate approval and recognition of these vaccines by WHO, and how the evolving travel restrictions are really having an impact on the people. And I think this is extremely important. We have to make sure we raise this problem globally. Mexico raised it in the G20 last week, but I think we have to do more, and we certainly take this into account very much. Secondly, Minister Singh also urged us to move beyond the emotional argument of the Caribbean vulnerability and put together evidence-based criteria to articulate and design a set of indices to move away from the GDP per capita single approach. And he spoke about something that I think I'm going to take it from him, which is the middle income illusion, which is completely misleading in relation to the structural gaps that our countries are confronting. So we have to work putting together a universal index to measure vulnerabilities that would be approved. This is very important. That should be recognized by the international community. And actually, you both, Mr. Chairman and Minister Singh, brought to our attention the historic resolution back in the 70s related to the 0.7% of GNI from developed countries to developing countries that emerged from the Pearson Committee, which was again, it was again confirmed in the Earth Summit in 1992. It was again confirmed in the Earth Summit +20 and has been confirmed once and again but it doesn't, the developed countries just don't comply. So, and Minister Singh also underlined that it's key to resuscitate tourism and most importantly, agriculture as a sector that has been so hardly hit and crucial for the recovery and for achieving food security. I found most inspirational his reflection about the oneness of the world, the universality we share, the relevance of preserving economic equality across the planet as a global public good. This is so important, and I really I take this with me because I thought that was very, very, very important. And of course, we analyze the prevalence of the NCDs, which has worsened, and the report of Dr. Joy St. John of CARFA reminds us of all the pernicious NCDs and the increasingly negative implications. Thank you to Dr. St. John, because from CARFA, she gave us a very good overview of what happened yesterday in our seminar of NCDs. So I think we are taking the takeaways from these two very rich 2 days of reflection and dialogue. I have to thank most especially the representatives of Barbados, Jamaica, Virgin British Islands, and Martinique for your very constructive interventions and support, and most especially Suriname. Thank you so much. Please give my regards to Foreign Affairs Minister Ramdin, whom I appreciate so much, and I thank you for coming along with us to hold the CDCC with you, and I hope we will definitely have it in person. And I promise, Camilo, that we will make a stopover at some point in San Vincent and the Grenadines. We have to do that. So indeed, let us leave here with the result that there is one area in which we can ensure degrees of success, and one is NCDs, no question about it. And of course, the challenge that we have ahead of us. We at ECLA, we are doing the best we can in relation to addressing these challenges. And with your guidance, I'm sure we will do better. We will focus more on, again, what you said, the sustainability focus and use of the marine environment. I think you have a point there. It's not only conservation, we have to move into sustainable use. And fisheries is one sector that is very renewable. We should take advantage of that. And conserving mangroves can also have a very interesting dynamics with fisheries. So anyway, I'm very excited about it. So you can count on us on this. And of course, the FFD process, the financing for development, we will continue working on that. Our team is in Glasgow right now, advocating for the Caribbean Resilience Fund as a vehicle really to provoke and to leverage financing, innovative financing. And we at ECLAC and me, we are ready to work with the wider Caribbean and the UN system and the key regional organizations. Make no mistake, we are ready for that. The thing is that we recognize the CDCC as our main intergovernmental body, and we hope that all the UN agencies, funds, and programs work with CDCC, because that's when we hear the voice of the member states. You see, sometimes in New York, the voices are too many, but here we have a chance to listen directly from you, the Caribbean members, to see, as you very well said today, what are those issues that we are overlooking or we are not putting sufficient emphasis. So before I close, Mr. Chairman, and to thank you most wholeheartedly for your 2 days with us, and I want to thank Diane Quarles for her leadership and commitment. I want to thank her wonderful team of Port of Spain, Dillon Alain, Sheldon McLean, Abdullahi for his tremendous job in pulling together the seminar of NCDs, Sita Inglefield, Johan Braithwaite, Blaine Marcano, Candice Gonzalez, Catarina Camariñas, Vera, Auriel, Rosano, Colleen. You see, there's a big team behind these virtual meetings. You only see our faces, but there is an enormous amount of people behind. Here in Santiago, we have Luis Yañez, Lidia Rosa Jenny, Karen Hase, María de los Ángeles, Gatica, Roman Sivi, Bianca Aliaga, Vera Kiss, María Eugenia Johnson, the interpreters who had all the patience of the world with us. Thank you so much. And of course, Guido Camus, Christian Solis, Ana Smilovic, David Del Moral, and the wonderful team of Sticks. I have one of them sitting here with me the whole 2 days because poor things, we have to make sure the equipments work. So, and let me say, I have been accompanied by the Deputy Executive Secretary, Raul Garcia Buchaca, and thank him for his commitment. We will continue to push for diversification of the economies, to give impulse to green and blue economies, to promote resilient infrastructure, to advance on financial solutions, to move towards a vulnerability index to replace GDP per capita, to move on ICT and sustainable transportation, and of course, to continue efforts with CARICOM and all the sub-regional organizations that are working on statistics, census, document. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Suriname. Thank you, Elizabeth, Deputy PS of Suriname. And we will see you soon. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Thank you, dear Chairman Camilo Gonzalez.
Thank you so much, Alicia, for summarizing so well, so comprehensively yet succinctly all of the work that's taken place today, and for thanking most appropriately Diane and her team and all of the people behind the scenes who have done such tremendous work. I think this has been a very, very productive meeting. I think we have a good program of work in the coming year, and I know that Suriname and St. Vincent and the Grenadines stand very ready to help you in whatever way possible to further the important work that's been done. I hope that we can corral you in St. Vincent and the Grenadines at some point, even if it's en route to Suriname. We can take a circuitous route down. And I hope also that when we get there, we will be discussing the very precise outlines of a vulnerability index. We're in a world, and I'd mentioned it to the finance minister of Guyana before, we're in a world with a human development index, a corruption perception index, a trafficking in persons index, a press freedom index, a human freedom index, an economic freedom index, a tourism competitiveness index, a gender equality index, a democracy index, a world happiness index, a where to be born index, and very recently we had a ease of doing business index, but that is not in good favor at the moment. But among all these indices, it seems that vulnerability is a notch below happiness and where to be born and these sorts of things. So I hope we can be discussing that as well. But thank you so much for the opportunity to chair this meeting. Thank all the delegates for sticking through it over today and indeed yesterday. We know it's difficult in this sort of Zoom setting, but I think we've done very good work over the last 2 days, and therefore I thank you all for your attention, for your participation, for your support, for your inputs, and it is only left to me now to declare the 20th meeting of the Monitoring Committee of the CDCC officially closed. Thank you very much, and have a lovely evening and weekend. Bye-bye.
Thank you, dear Diane. A big hug to you and the team. Take care.